A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
During the next hour and a half, NBC and its affiliated independent stations will bring you a special Christmas Eve program conceived by the boys who are far from home this Christmas season and including a talk by the President of the United States. In order that we may bring it to you, the following programs have been canceled over many of these stations. Amos and Andy, who will have as their guest next week Edward G. Robinson, Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel, and Fred Waring in Pleasure Time.
In Hollywood to conduct this worldwide tour are Lionel Barrymore, Bing Crosby, and Bob Hope. And now, let me introduce the man whose portrayal of Scrooge from Dickens' immortal Christmas Carol has become an American tradition this time of the year. Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Well, this is Lionel Barrymore in Hollywood. And here it's Christmas Eve. The third our country's experienced in the war. But tonight, I'm not going to play the part of Scrooge. Let me rather take you people of America by the hand to the side of your loved ones fighting in every quarter of the globe. Our President and Commander-in-Chief is with us, too. He'll speak to our armed forces, and he has a word for us as well. We're going to Italy, North Africa, to New Guinea, Guadalcanal, New Caledonia. Yes, and for the first time on the radio, we'll take you to Munda. We'll visit China, where it already is Christmas. We'll go to India, Panama, and Alaska, Pearl Harbor, and some of our ships of the Navy. Yes, in this, our third year of war, we Americans are going to spend Christmas Eve at the fighting front of our men as they light up Christmas trees all over the world. Now, no program of this type would be complete without the presence of a certain young man. His name is synonymous with joy to the GIs. He's had the thrill of meeting most of them face to face, too. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the guest conductor of this worldwide tour, Bob Hope.
Thank you, relatives. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Christmas Eve Hope, telling all you Americans to keep backing up our boys, and when Santa comes down from the ice and snow, he'll find us sticking together like Franklin, Winston, and Joe. Yes, sir. I'm very happy to be on this wonderful Christmas Eve show. Christmas is so exciting here. You should see the Christmas trees in Hollywood Boulevard tonight. They floated down from the Yukon last week. I don't mean to say that the snow has been that loose everywhere. I understand it's so cold in the Middle West that even the Republicans are waiting for the fireside chats. But Christmas spirit really prevails in Hollywood. All the boys in the service are visiting the canteen. You know what the Hollywood canteen is? That's the only place in the world where a private is happier with 1 star in his arms than he would be with 4 in his shoulder. I saw W.C. Fields at the canteen, and he sat next to me, but that's beside the pint. You should see his nose now that they lifted the dim out. It's wonderful. But I love Christmas because that's the time of the year that all my relatives come over and sit around the tree. And to think that only a few years ago, most of them were sitting in it. And it sneaks up on you, doesn't it, huh? And you should see the Christmas cards I got this year. I got one card from Dorothy Lamour with a picture of her and a sarong on it. What a picture. You know how George Washington looks straight ahead on a 2-cent stamp? Well, in this envelope, he keeps peeking over his shoulder. I got a lot of presents, but I received one present I heard ticking, so I threw it right into the bathtub, but I'm afraid I was a little hasty. Now I've got the only clock in the world where the cuckoo comes out every hour and blows bubbles. Crosby gave his kids Indian outfits with real feathers. I don't know where he got the feathers. All I know is that yesterday I saw a stork flying over Los Angeles in a bathrobe. And now for a visit with the men of North Africa. We go across the Atlantic and down the Mediterranean to Algiers.
It's now after 3 o'clock on Christmas morning in Algiers. Less than 2 hours ago, the last soldier at the midnight mass checked in his barracks. It's quiet now, but in this headquarters city, men and women are working. There are the truck drivers and railway engineers getting supplies up forward. The anti-aircraft gunners watching. The signal operators sending messages. In a few hours, another working day begins for everyone. But, in spite of work and war, the generous spirit of Christmas is not forgotten. Hardly a barracks or company street is without its old-fashioned American Christmas tree. And hundreds of parties have been given by Army and Navy men for the children of North Africa. A typical one took place this afternoon at the Red Cross Club, where the men of the 12th Air Force Fighter Command entertained French war orphans. Here's one of the French-speaking Sanders, Sergeant John Stewart, of Sheffield, Alabama. Sergeant, did the youngsters enjoy themselves?
You never saw 56 kids so happy and excited. They haven't had much in the past few years, and the Fighter Command has rather adopted them. We're going to give them their Christmas dinner tomorrow.
What happened at the party?
Well, there was French and American carol singing, a Mickey Mouse movie, and we gave each boy and girl his own big shopping basket full of woolen clothes, toys, candy, nuts, and fruit. The men in the Fighter Command had contributed money and their rations, and even Christmas food from home.
Thank you, Sergeant Stewart. We in Africa are with you at home in spirit tonight. If Bing Crosby is around, tell him to wrap up a Christmas carol and put it under a Christmas tree for us. We return you to America.
Glad to oblige, boys. There's Major Eddie Dunstetter, and the Army Air Forces Orchestra is here with us.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and
Very fine, Bing. And now to meet some of the men of the Navy's Air Arm. We take you to one of the fightingest carriers of them all, a ship whose name and location must remain secret.
Now we are speaking to you from one of the greatest fighting ships in the United States Navy, an aircraft carrier. This is a flat top. We are gathered here on the hangar deck this Christmas Eve, and a Christmas party is in full swing. That's the noise you hear in the background. But here's a Christmas party the likes of which you've never seen before. We're at one end of a tremendous room. In front of us in the cleared space is a gaily decorated Christmas tree glowing with lights of every color. Grouped about the tree, exchanging gifts, are members of the crew, and beyond the crew one can see airplane after airplane. These men in this aircraft carrier have been in the thick of action ever since the war started. We'd like very much to tell you of their gallant war record, where they've been and what they've done, but that accounting must wait. Suffice to say, the enemy has felt the sting and blows of this floating airport time and time again. Well, now let's move over toward the Christmas tree and meet a few of the crew members. Good evening, sailor. What's your duty aboard ship?
I'm a signalman.
What's your actual duty?
I stand by to receive signals that may change the course and speed of our ship.
And how do you like spending Christmas Eve aboard an aircraft carrier?
Well, naturally, I'd like to be spending it home with the folks, but I think I have a mighty important job to do here.
Good for you, lad. Now, here's a boatswain mate second class. What's your battle station, sailor?
Sky forward.
And where's that?
The control station in the forward part of the ship.
What do you do there?
I help the guns get on target.
And where do you hope to be next Christmas?
Wrapped around a big piece of lemon pie at home or on Liberty in Tokyo.
Good for you. Here's another sailor. How many Christmas Eves have you spent aboard this carrier since war was declared?
4.
Your fourth?
That's right.
Yes, but wait a minute now. This is only the third Christmas since war was declared, isn't it?
Yeah, but one Christmas we crossed the international date line, had 2 Christmases 2 days in a row.
Christmas 2 days in a row. You've had all sorts of Christmas celebrations. Are you looking forward to next Christmas?
Sure I am. I'm looking forward to be back in Tennessee. Boy, oh boy.
I'll bet you'll be there, too. And now, men, may I have your attention, please? We are broadcasting a portion of our Christmas party all over the world. Would you like to shout your greetings to everyone listening in? Ah, that's grand. And now from this aircraft carrier to meet some of the boys in the Merchant Marine, we go to the Seamen's Church Institute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't think you've met anyone quite like Chief Steward George Jack Kessel of the Merchant Marine, who's here with us at the Seamen's Church Institute. Chief Kessel was torpedoed in the Indian Ocean, spent 20 days in a life raft with 14 other survivors. Well, Chief, suppose you tell us about it.
Well, when the ship was hit, I was below playing my mandolin. I ran up on deck and tossed the mandolin into my lifeboat. Then I went around, tried to scare up some food. But as it turned out later, the mandolin was almost as important.
Important as food? Why was that?
Well, we needed more than food and water to keep our courage up. So I'd start singing and playing all the old favorites at first. Then later I started making up songs of my own about the boys in the boat, the folks at home, and the things we talked about mostly home.
Well, tell us some of the titles.
Well, I wrote Hats Off to the Merchant Marine, Heroes in Dungarees, Please Stay Out of My Dreams, I Haven't Forgotten the Thrill of Your Kiss, Let's Turn Back the Clock, and some others.
Well, I've really heard your songs, and I think they're swell. But tell me, did they really help?
Yes, sir, they sure helped a lot. 1 biscuit and 5 ounces of water a day isn't very much to go on for 20 days. Without those songs, the boys all felt that we couldn't have made it.
Well, Chief, you're probably the only composer who ever wrote his songs in a life raft. And I'll bet no composer ever had a more appreciative audience.
Well, I know this. Nobody, songwriter or not, ever sailed with finer men than I've lived and worked with in the Merchant Marine for the last 15 years. And you can bet this. We'll keep them sailing until we win.
Well, thanks, Chief Steward George Jack Kessel, who turned back death at sea with a song. And now, friends, one of the outfits sharing in the credit of winning the Battle of the Atlantic is the United States Coast Guard. So, for a Christmas Eve visit to these boys, we take you aboard a Coast Guard cutter.
Here we are aboard a Coast Guard cutter.
After taking a peek at his face, I'm willing to lay 6 to 5 he doesn't even make the arch. But he finally gets there with everybody laughing and clapping their hands, and the preacher comes forward, and Dave the Dude looks happy as never seen him look before in his life as they all get together under the arch of flowers. Well, all of a sudden there is a terrific racket at the front door of the Woodcock Inn. And in comes a doll about 4 feet high and 5 feet wide. In fact, I never see such a wide doll. She looks all hammered down. Her face is almost as wide as her shoulders, and she makes me think of a great, big, full moon. She comes in bounding in like, and I can see that she's all trained up about something. As she bounces in, I hear a gurgle. And I look around, and I see Walter Winchester slumping down to the floor, almost dragging Miss Billy Perry with him. Well, the white doll walks right up to the bunch under the arch and says in a large, fast voice, "Which one of you is Dave the Dude?" "I'm Dave the Dude," says Dave the Dude, stepping up. "What do you mean by busting in here like a walrus and coming up our wedding?" "Oh, so you're the guy who kidnaps my ever-loving husband to marry him off to this little red-headed pancake here, are you?" The white doll says all of that, and at the same time looking at Dave the Dude, but at the same time pointing at Miss Billy Perry. Well, now, calling Miss Billy Perry a pancake to Dave the Dude is a very serious proposition, and Dave the Dude gets very angry. "Now, listen here," Dave the Dude says. "You better take a walk before somebody clips you."
Well, that's a very good story, sailor, but apparently not the right story. Now let's go to London. Come in, London.
Air Force Liberator Station somewhere in England. There was a party at the Aero Club tonight. The long, narrow room had been decorated with Christmas trees and evergreen boughs and red crepe paper. 30 of the men, combat and ground personnel, enlisted men and officers got together and sang Christmas carols as a part of the program. 3:15, the European Theater of Operations. The night is silent, but this Liberator base never sleeps, even on Christmas Eve. By air, the enemy is only a few minutes away. The men who are safeguarding the present and those who are preparing for the future are hard at work. And one of them, whose task is less grim than the others, is Technical Sergeant Nicholas L. Bisco of Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. What are you doing at this hour of the morning, Sergeant?
Roasting turkeys, and the boys realize that a lot of folks are doing without it, so we can have it here. We want to thank them for the small Christmas present.
And that goes for all of us.
Would you like to know what I'm doing about dessert?
Absolutely.
It's ice cream. We save our rations of powdered milk and powdered eggs, and I got a hold of some cocoa and cornstarch, all of which adds up to ice cream.
Ah, good deal, Sergeant. Here's another man who works all round hours. Technical Sergeant John R. Wade of Taunton, Massachusetts, a member of the ground crew. Am I right about the hours, Sergeant?
We're on 24-hour call, sir.
Even on Christmas Eve?
Even on a Christmas Eve.
And that's why we brought our microphone to your workshop, to let you say Merry Christmas back home tonight.
Merry Christmas, Mom, and everybody.
And now, speaking for all the gunners in the European Theater, is Staff Sergeant John Galanis of Plymouth, Pennsylvania, who has been on 19 missions and wears the Distinguished Flying Cross and the Air Medal with 2 clusters.
Well, the best way I can put it is this. There's one ship in our group called Heaven Can Wait. It'd be like heaven to be home for Christmas this year, but heaven not only can, but has to wait until our job is finished.
For the pilots, navigators, and bombardiers, First Lieutenant Alan L. Green of Oregon City, Oregon. The lieutenant is 21, has been on 17 missions, and wears the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Purple Heart, and the Air Medal. Lieutenant?
Oh, I feel the same way the sergeant does. Well, we've enjoyed the presents and the Christmas greetings we've had from home. We'd like to return every Merry Christmas in person, but it's back to duty now. So we might add we have some Christmas presents and some New Year's resolutions here in England. We're planning to deliver to Hitler in person.
From England, the armed forces return to the United States.
Well, here we are back in Hollywood. Now from America, where it's still Christmas Eve, we take you where it's already tomorrow, Christmas Day, to China. Come in, Chongqing, China.
Tonight, all the Army men in Chongqing will be dancing at the Victory House as guests of General Song Jian. There's no snow in Chongqing like we also have back home in Kansas, but we're having about everything else a soldier overseas should have this Christmas. For all the boys in China, a very Merry Christmas and a fine New Year. Now from China, we'd like you to meet some of our buddies on duty in India. Over the Himalayas, we go from Chongqing to New Delhi.
Those boys out there in India evidently can't hear me, but they're definitely on our Christmas list, and we've got a long one tonight. So suppose we try to bring in those fighting Marines at Guadalcanal. And if everything works all right, we will take you to Munda and Guadalcanal.
What's the matter with you, Frank? Well, I had to rush through my dinner so I could get in your phone. You know how I feel about it. Yeah, me too. Another dinner. Get better and take the dinner. Seaman's first class Frank Frozen. And I am Seaman first class Jim Horshaw. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and Frank is from Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, we rush us through our turkey stuffing and pudding. Say, Jim, I have a some sister to rent for a festival. That's not so long ago, just a few weeks back. See, I used to look up over what's the room and try to think of my folks fast asleep down in Alabama. We can say that again. Let's give the folks a hot toast. That's up, I think. Well, while we are speaking about Russia, we sure feel sorry for your folks back home. They tell us we can't drive over 35 miles an hour, but we can't drive over 25. And you've been having traffic company sort of stuff. You should have one of these MPs off the roof. Well, don't get it fixed now you're dropping. Everyone will say, did you hear Seaman's first class Horshaw dropping on the radio at Christmas? But we're on the radio. Oh, don't worry about us, folks. We expected you, but hopefully not on Christmas. Any level, it's sure a lot better here than it was last year. Last Christmas, almost every day except the holidays in a foxhole. Well, folks, all we really want to say is a Merry Christmas. It's a tough fight, and we'll be home soon, Mom, I hope. I was seeing first-class Frankfurt of Pittsburgh, Alabama, sending greetings to his mother and dad in the first country in Alabama, and my new little brother, too. And his new little brother, too. And I want to say greetings to my mother and dad, my brothers and sisters in Detroit. Hey, hopefully I'm listening. This is Stealing First Class Tim Orange on Guadalcanal, switching you to London, New Georgia. Go ahead, number. This is reading from the Northern Phone. This is Georgetown Express for speaking from Linda Airfield on New Georgia Island. This is the first broadcast to come out of the Northern Phone. It is 1:20 on Christmas afternoon, and there are two blue jackets standing beside me. I want to tell you about Christmas on New Georgia. Here is Radio Man Second Class, Charles DeCara, of Dietzen, New York. Thanks, Mr. Foster. I'd like to introduce my pal, Gunner's Mate Third Class, Robertson Noyers, founders from Soho, New York. Thanks, Golly. What do we do now? Well, Golly used to be on station WSYR in Syracuse, New York. So the show is yours, Golly. Yes, but this is sure different than broadcasting from WSYR. We're not near Linda Airfield. Up on top of a hill that the Japs were trying to bomb off the map only a few weeks ago. And we have a plane going. We're in an open space. It's not like Syracuse, and it's sure not like Christmas at home, eh, Doc? Sure isn't. We're standing here with our shirts off, and it's still pretty hot and bad. In fact, I'm talking wet. Maybe I'm not. One thing, we didn't have a slow down just a half hour ago. I've got the menu here. Shall I read it, Sam? Sure, go ahead. Roast turkeys, bigger gravy, steak dressing, and buttered cornflakes. With the potatoes, sunrise hot, rice cream, and chocolate cake. Candy, cigarettes, and coffee. And Merry Christmas. Remember last Christmas, Bob? And we were wondering where we would be this Christmas. Yeah, now here we are. And here we stand till we run those 30 little yellow. Wait a minute, Bob. We're on the air. And while we are, I'd like to say greetings to my mom and dad and my whole family and the staff at WSYR. I hope to be back with you soon. Me too. Christmas greetings to my mom and dad and family in Cahoon. And a special greeting to Ruth. You want to get this out, we're going to go down and read it now and then. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Jonathan, Sarah, and Bob Desnoyers. I hope you're thankful listening because you're on the first broadcast of winter. This is our NBC war reporter, George Thomas Foster, speaking from New Georgia in the Northern Province. I now switch you to the mainland.
This is Christmas Eve at the Front, the Christmas program spontaneously suggested by American servicemen all over the world to show the folks at home how Christmas is being spent on the fronts of this global war. This program is being presented by the 4 major networks. We pause briefly for station identification.
Out in the Pacific, our boys have given a mighty good account of themselves, and some of them are spending this Christmas in the hospital. So, for a visit with the wounded in New Caledonia, we take you to New Maya.
This is New Maya, New Caledonia. It's the afternoon of Christmas Day here, whether you're at home or getting ready for your Christmas. This program comes to you from the ward in an Army hospital. There are rows of white cots occupied by our boys who have been injured in battle. Let's listen to Miss Boyer, the day nurse, who's talking to one of the patients.
Hey, Carl, how are you making out with that turkey?
I can do it all right. I've got to learn to do things for myself. See? I showed her the last time how to untie that with my thumb and third finger. There, I've got it.
Well, I'm supposed to take you in the gypsy, and one of them fine.
Golly.
Andy, and first take two. I knew you'd figure out how to get into wrestling.
You know you've helped me a lot, Miss Berger. Everybody has. Just think, I get you singing out twice a week over the radio.
Where'd you learn to sing, Charles?
Back home. That's what I did before the war. My last job was in Baltimore. And when I get back to the States, go on with fixing up with a new leg, and you don't need an arm to sing with, I'll get along fine when I get that leg.
I love the word, Charles.
So, Charlie, how about a song? Yes, give us White Christmas.
Tom, get that guitar beside you, Dad, and you'll have a bit of music.
Okay, if Charlie will sing. Sure, I'll sing, but I won't. I'll let you a Christmas. life was on the Yukon, where the trees are.
Now, while Carl sings, I'm sure our listeners would like to know more about him. So I'm going to ask Colonel Stewart, chief surgeon of the hospital, to tell us about the story.
Charlie's full name is Private First Class Charles E. Oates. His birth was at 1507 Ray Street, Baltimore, Maryland. He was 26 years old and was injured on Guadalcanal last January 16th when a shell killed his buddy. It was necessary to amputate his left arm and right leg. He was in a critical condition for some months. At first, he didn't want to walk, but later, he always felt helping someone else. He stays with the boys here in the hospital, and twice a week, he goes out in the wheelchair and sings a 15-minute program over the radio.
I understand, Colonel. He received many gloves from Chief.
Yes, Charlie had 31 transfusions in all. A record for the hospital, perhaps it's a record anywhere.
Thank you, Colonel Stewart.
Like countless other Americans,
Charlie Oates has what it takes to win this war.
he and his buddies have pressed the job for 2 years. Give it out to this Christmas. Tomorrow around, we're going to make it possible for us to go see. Return home and begin the Christmas tree for the future. Does the Miss Hospital Ward and New York, Miss Caledonia? We send a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
And now back to the United States.
Up in the windswept Aleutians, the boys are huddled around their stoves talking things over. So let's go to the land of snow and reindeers, to Alaska.
A little test from Palestine now.
Come in, Alaska.
Say, Bing, we're having a little trouble getting Alaska, so step into my office, please. Is that what you read? You look fine tonight.
You look well.
You look grand.
Like my tent?
Isn't it a wonderful thing? What button do you push to get KCA? What are you doing? That's the wrong network. We're on KFI. Sorry, John. Do you like this little suit I have on?
Yes, looks something like an unmade bed.
Look who's talking. Are those your pants or are you dancing with somebody? Bing, this is a little suit. It's a little suit I had made for me in Pittsburgh.
Where were you at the time?
I was... Nevertheless, I like it and I'm going to buy it. I think it looks good, don't you?
Yes, love it.
Do you like that?
Why don't you take the hanger out?
Say, listen, I must tell you one thing while we're waiting for Alaska to come in.
Yes?
Are you there, Alaska?
You know, while I was over in Africa, that when the man puts his nose, that means we're right there. If he holds it, look out. Look, I want to tell you. Ernest Hemingway told me to thank you.
He did? For what?
While I was over in Africa, I met Hemingway, and he told me to thank you.
Nice to hear. For what? Why
Well, he saw your horses run, and he got the idea for whom the bell tolls. You know, and I had a wonderful time over there. Is it true that your horses are the only ones that have racks for their canes? Is it true?
Lies. All lies. Filthy lies.
Filthy lies.
My horses haven't much speed, but they have lovely personalities. All of them. Charming horses.
They are. They're some of the finest horses in Dr. Townsend's club. I want to tell you that. Listen, another thing. Listen, Bing, I want to know one thing. Why were you late for rehearsal?
I couldn't get here any sooner.
What do you mean you
Well,
couldn't
something
get here?
very serious happened on the way to the broadcast. I stopped at the stables to see my charges.
You did? Is that right? I understand you have new stables down there by the Southern Pacific where the Super Chief goes by.
That's right.
The other day, the Super Chief went by and Bing lined all his horses up and said, "See, that's what I mean." Say, but Bing.
What?
How about this right here? You want to cut in
clever,
right there?
Yes, Christmas Eve, and every other night is Silent Night for the men in the submarine service. But tonight they break their silence to join us around the Christmas tree as we take you aboard a United States submarine.
I can use you. Come in at 9.
I am an electrician mate first class aboard a fleet submarine. In speaking for all submarine men, I want to say to our wives and kids back home, to Mother and Dad, and to the sweethearts who wait our return, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from Uncle Sam's Submarines.
I am the mail orderly aboard, and for a while my job was pretty tough with all the packages and mail for the crew. How did you make out, Joe?
Swell. Enough cigarettes to last 2 months and a picture of my best gal.
And you, Swede?
Well, I got a big fruitcake from home, but made the mistake of opening it up in the mess room.
And how about you, Frenchie?
You know, the little woman is living back on the East Coast. Well, I got a card saying, Merry Christmas. Please send check. Rent overdue.
Boy, things must be pretty tough back there.
Boy, you said it.
How about you, Chief?
Well, the best package all of us could get right now is a big, fat Jap cruiser.
Right in hell, that's right. Did you see those turkeys Cookie is working on in the galley?
Yeah, and all the trimmings, too. Here we go again.
Take her down. Level off at periscope depth. Battle station submerged.
Hey, Doc, what'd you see up there?
Boy, there's a big fat Jap cruiser dead ahead.
We in the Navy are mighty proud of what our buddies in the Marines and the Army have been doing in the Southwest Pacific. So from this submarine, let us go across the Pacific to New Guinea.
Come in, New Guinea.
Say, we're mighty sorry the boys in New Guinea can't hear us right now. We had them on the line just a moment ago, and this is the message they sent us. It's Christmas Day here in New Guinea. All over this island, American and Australian troops, together with their native helpers, have managed to observe the holiday to the best of their ability. Some were able to sing a carol or two last night, and a surprising number contrived to attend the religious services held last night and still being conducted today from the north bank of the Massawong River to the bomb-scarred chapels of Port Moresby. But everyone found time to open his presents and read his mail. Other than these activities, Christmas on New Guinea is a case of it being Saturday and another day of war. Trucks going toward or coming back from the war. Planes are either going out or returning from combat missions. And every once in a while, a line of natives passes by, silent and intent on holding up their end of the fight. I wish you had a chance to talk to some of our boys out here. There is Staff Sergeant Paul Blasewitz, formerly the Bronx of New York City, and now with the Troop Carrier Command. Blasewitz is a tail gunner in a flying fortress. Only they don't carry bombs, they carry freight. They call them fighting freighters because that's where they haul things they've also got to be able to fight. This is his second Christmas out here, but he says this one is a lot better than last year because they're better organized for things like Christmas. For instance, this morning he made his usual run, but by the time we hauled some stuff over to the boys at Arroway, that's over on New Britain, and the Japs didn't give us any trouble at all. Just now, Blasewitz is taking it easy, waiting for the next job to come along. And then there are the Australians down here. Boy, what a bunch of fighting men. Just now, many of them are spending their Christmas up in the Ramu Valley. You know, they've got a funny custom in the Australian Army. All of the officers roll up their sleeves and serve the Christmas dinner to the enlisted men. And that's going on today wherever the Aussies are fighting. And that's what's happening out here in New Guinea. We know that all you people back home are working with all your might to make such a broadcast as this completely unnecessary on Christmas Day of 1944. And that's the message. Well, believe me, fellas, we can't wait till the American forces return to the United States, but we realize there still is a big job ahead. A very big job to be done on both sides of the war and home fronts, and the sooner we finish both jobs, the sooner our boys will come home.
You know, Robin, the Navy is doing a huge share of that job, too.
Boy, you can say that again, Bing. Let's cut in on Christmas Eve doings on one of Uncle Sam's mighty battle wagons.
To greet the holy night that gave the world its Christmas rose, its King of love and light.
This is Christmas Eve with the Blue Jackets aboard a United States battleship. Listen while Blue Jacket McMillan, seaman first class, is singing Jesu Bambino for the ship's crew.
Oh,
boys down in cruise quarters with the men gathered around their tree. It's a swell party that's been going on for some time, and there's lots more to come. Here's Chester William Smith, who has been emceeing the fun for the crew. Chet, are the boys having a good time?
Yes, sir.
Did the men get all their packages and mail from home?
You bet. And all those packages and all that mail made it a great Christmas.
Okay, fella. We know you're going to top it all off with the grand turkey dinner tomorrow, but right now, let's get back over there with the band and sailing, sailing. From this big battle landing, we take you to the boys guarding our lifeline on the Big Ditch at Panama.
This is Corporal Harvey Chester speaking from Panama. With me is Corporal Wesley Parsons, one of the men who carved out the jungle positions protecting the canal. What are the boys doing at your position tonight, Wes?
100% of them are thinking about Christmas back home.
Well, so am I, but that's not all, I hope.
No, as a matter of fact, the boys are having a Christmas dance right now. For the first time since we put in that position, there are some girls there.
I'll bet that Christmas party is different from the ones back home.
It sure is. Instead of snow on the ground, we have green grass. There's a warm breeze and the birds are singing.
Oh, how about Christmas services, Wes?
There aren't enough chaplains to go to all positions, but we'll hear the midnight service over the radio.
Turkey dinner tomorrow?
You bet, with all the trimmings.
I'm going to wish a Merry Christmas to my folks in Charleston, West Virginia, Wes.
Where are yours? Detroit, Michigan. Merry Christmas.
From the jungles of Panama, and with a Christmas greeting to all, we take you to Hawaii.
This is Sergeant Merle Miller of the United States Army speaking from the Central Pacific area. Naturally, our thoughts turn toward home on this third Christmas Eve since Pearl Harbor, and all of us wish we could be with our families and friends. We're not exactly without friends, but no matter how well you get along with your buddies, they don't take the place of the folks you've left behind. If opening gifts and having a good dinner were all, Christmas overseas would leave little to be desired, but of course there's more to it than that. However, there's going to be plenty of turkey all around, and most of us already have received a generous stack of mail from home. Summing up our observation of the news from the home front, we wonder if victory couldn't be stepped up if there was less time spent on small-town politics, labor disputes, and ballyhoo. We're not kicking, we just wonder. Over here, where all work is considered essential war work, the activities of the civilian and military population are not too widely separated. We still have a 10 o'clock curfew and blackout and early closing hours in town. Taking everything into consideration, we're pretty well off.
That was Sergeant Merle Miller, Bureau Chief of Yanks Pacific Edition. Standing by at a vantage point overlooking Pearl Harbor is Marine Private First Class Harry A. Jackson. This 19-year-old Marine from Pitchfork, Wyoming, was in the first wave that stormed the beaches of Tarawa in the Gilberts. Come in, Private Jackson.
Since December 7th, 1941, when Christmas was all but totally blacked out, Pearl Harbor is slowly but surely being avenged. Coral Sea, Midway, Guadalcanal, Kiska, and Attu. And now the Gilberts. And after you've been through Tarawa, you begin to realize, maybe for the first time in your life, what Christmas is all about. It's a lot more important to you. And I don't mean just getting presents either. On Tarawa, you don't think a hell of a lot about Christmas. But on Christmas, you think a hell of a lot about Tarawa. Us fellas that are fighting out this way are backed by a vast civilian force of skilled workers at Pearl Harbor, whose job it is to keep us and our gear fit to fight. These Pearl Harbor workers are able to take time out this Christmas to celebrate the birth of him who promised peace on earth. But the pause this Christmas will be a brief one, because every fighting one of us is on the road that leads to Tokyo, and Tokyo knows we're on the way. From Pearl Harbor, where the stars and stripes still fly, and the Christmas tree lights are on again, it's a Merry Christmas to you all at home.
2,000 years ago, a star shone down over Bethlehem, and the angels heralded peace on earth, goodwill to men. Today there is no peace, and goodwill is shriveled in the flame and smoke of battle, in the hatred and greed of men. Today the star of Bethlehem shines down on gleaming bayonets, and the three wise men no longer roam the plains of Judea, bearing gifts and ointments. Today there are tanks bearing death and destruction, stalking the plains of the earth in search of human prey. And yet, the star still shines over Bethlehem, and there are still men of goodwill in every nook and corner of the earth, fighting and praying that peace may be restored to the world, that men may learn how to live with one another in peace and tranquility, that their children may walk in the majesty of the Lord, unafraid and unopposed. We take you now to Bethlehem, where the star and promise shine forth as they did 2,000 years ago.
It's 4 in the morning here, so we're speaking to you from Christmas Day, after the traditional services at Bethlehem, which marked again the birth night of our Savior. Here with me are Chaplain James A. Carey and two typical American soldiers, Sergeant Robert Bowler of Brooklyn and Sergeant Earl Getchoff of Detroit. They're speaking to you from the Holy Land as representatives of the American Army in the Middle East. Earl, will you go first?
Tonight, I knelt with 60 other American boys on the site of the stable where Christ was born. An American chaplain officiated at a mass there. It was only one of many such services, but it was the first participation of the American Army in the Bethlehem ceremony.
It certainly was fine, wasn't it, Earl? I kept remembering, as I watched the ceremonies in the church of the Nativity, that Christmas had been celebrated there for 1,600 years.
Me too, Walter. It's been a Christmas Eve I'll never forget. The church was filled with uniformed men, Americans, British and Polish. So I knew there was still a war on, but somehow or other I felt there would soon be peace on earth again.
And you, Chaplain Carey?
My only viewpoint now springs from my job as Chief of Middle East Chaplain. I want to tell all you people back home that some of your boys have had a very fine experience. It seems to me that they will be finer men and finer Americans for having made this pilgrimage to the birthplace of our Lord.
And now, as the Star of Bethlehem shines down, the Middle East Armed Forces return you to the United States.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come ye to Bethlehem. Come and behold him, born the King of angels. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the
Earlier today, the President delivered an important address to many of our people stationed overseas and to those of us at home. In order that those who didn't hear his message may have an opportunity to hear it, we present a recording of that speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
My friends, I have recently returned from extensive journeyings in the region of the Mediterranean and as far as the borders of Russia. I have conferred with the leaders of Britain and Russia and China on military matters of the present, especially on plans for stepping up our successful attack on our enemies as quickly as possible and from many different points of the compass. On this Christmas Eve, there are over 10 million men in the armed forces of the United States alone. 1 year ago, 1,700,000 were serving overseas. Today, this figure has been more than doubled to 3,800,000 on duty overseas. And by next July 1st, that number overseas will rise to over 5 million, men and women. That this is truly a world war was demonstrated to me when arrangements were being made with our overseas broadcasting agencies for the time for me to speak today to our soldiers and sailors and Marines and merchant seamen in every part of the world. In fixing the time for this broadcast, we took into consideration that at this moment here in the United States and in the Caribbean and on the northeast coast of South America, it is afternoon. In Alaska and in Hawaii and the mid-Pacific, it is still morning. In Iceland, in Great Britain, in North Africa, in Italy, in the Middle East, it is now evening. In the Southwest Pacific, in Australia and China and Burma and India, it is already Christmas Day. So we can correctly say that at this moment, in those far eastern parts where Americans are fighting, today is tomorrow. But everywhere throughout the world, through this war that covers the world, there is a special spirit that has warmed our hearts since our earliest childhood. A spirit that brings us close to our homes, our families, our friends and neighbors, the Christmas spirit of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. It is an unquenchable spirit. During the past years of international gangsterism and brutal aggression in Europe and in Asia, our Christmas celebrations have been darkened with apprehension for the future. We have said Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, but we have known in our hearts that the clouds which have hung over our world have prevented us from saying it with full sincerity and conviction. But even this year, we still have much to face in the way of further suffering and sacrifice and personal tragedy. Our men who have been through the fierce battles in the Solomons and the Gilberts and Tunisia and Italy know from their own experience and knowledge of modern war that many bigger and costlier battles are still to be fought. But on Christmas Eve this year, I can say to you that at last we may look forward into the future with real, substantial confidence that however great the cost, peace on earth, goodwill toward men can be and will be realized and ensured. This year I can say that. Last year I could not do more than express a hope. Today I express a certainty, though the cost may be high and the time may be long. Within the past year, within the past few weeks, history has been made. And it is far better history for the whole human race than any that we've known or even dared to hope for in these tragic times through which we pass. A great beginning was made in the Moscow Conference last October by Mr. Molotov, Mr. Eden, and our own Mr. Hull. There and then the way was paved for the later meetings. At Cairo and Tehran, we devoted ourselves not only to military matters, we devoted ourselves also to consideration of the future, to plans for the kind of world which alone can justify all the sacrifices of this war. Of course, as you all know, Mr. Churchill and I have happily met many times before, and we know and understand each other very well. Indeed, Mr. Churchill has become known and beloved by many millions of Americans, and the heartfelt prayers of all of us have been with this great citizen of the world in his recent serious illness. The Cairo and Tehran conferences, however, gave me my first opportunity to meet the Generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek. and Marshal Stalin, and to sit down at the table with these unconquerable men and talk with them face to face. We had planned to talk to each other across the table at Cairo and Tehran, but we soon found that we were all on the same side of the table. We came to the conferences with faith in each other, but we needed the personal contact. And now we have supplemented faith with definite knowledge. It was well worth traveling thousands of miles over land and sea to bring about this personal meeting and to gain the heartening assurance that we are absolutely agreed with one another on all the major objectives and on the military means of obtaining them. At Cairo, Prime Minister Churchill and I spent 4 days with the Generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek. It was the first time that we'd had an opportunity to go over the complex situation in the Far East with him personally. We were able not only to settle upon definite military strategy, but also to discuss certain long-range principles which we believe can assure peace in the Far East for many generations to come. Those principles are as simple as they are fundamental. They involve the restoration of stolen property to its rightful owners and the recognition of the rights of millions of people in the Far East to build up their own forms of self-government without molestation. Essential to all peace and security in the Pacific and in the rest of the world is the permanent elimination of the Empire of Japan as a potential force of aggression. Never again must our soldiers and sailors and Marines and other soldiers and sailors and Marines be compelled to fight from island to island as they are fighting so gallantly and so successfully today. Increasingly powerful forces are now hammering at the Japanese at many points over an enormous arc which curves down through the Pacific from the Aleutians to the jungles of Burma. Our own Army and Navy, our Air Forces, the Australians and New Zealanders, the Dutch and the British Land, Air and Sea Forces are all forming a band of steel which is slowly but surely closing in on Japan. And on the mainland of Asia, under the Generalissimo's leadership, the Chinese ground and air forces, augmented by American air forces, are playing a vital part in starting the drive which will push the invaders into the sea. Following out the military decisions at Cairo, General Marshall has just flown around the world and has had conferences with General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz, conferences which will spell plenty of bad news for the Japs in the not-too-far-distant future. I met in the Generalissimo a man of great vision, great courage, and a remarkably keen understanding of the problems of today and tomorrow. We discussed all the manifold military plans for striking at Japan with a decisive force from many directions, and I believe I can say that he returned to Chongqing with the positive assurance of total victory over our common enemy. Today, we and the Republic of China are closer together than ever before in deep friendship and in unity of purpose. After the Cairo conference, Mr. Churchill and I went by aeroplane to Tehran. There, we met with Marshal Stalin. We talked with complete frankness on every conceivable subject connected with the winning of the war and the establishment of a durable peace after the war. Within 3 days of intense and consistently amicable discussions, we agreed on every point concerned with the launching of a gigantic attack upon Germany. The Russian army will continue its stern offensive on Germany's eastern front. The Allied armies in Italy and Africa will bring relentless pressure on Germany from the south. And now the encirclement will be complete as great American and British forces attack from other points of the compass. The commander selected to lead the combined attack from these other points is General Dwight D. Eisenhower. His performances in Africa, in Sicily, and in Italy have been brilliant. He knows by practical and successful experience the way to coordinate air, sea, and land power. All of these will be under his control. Lieutenant General Carl Spaatz will command the entire American strategic bombing force operating against Germany. General Eisenhower gives up his command in the Mediterranean to a British officer whose name is being announced by Mr. Churchill. We now pledge that new commander that our powerful ground, sea, and air forces in the vital Mediterranean area will stand by his side until every objective in that bitter theater is attained. Both of these new commanders will have American and British subordinate commanders whose names will be announced to the world in a few days. During the last 2 days in Tehran, Marshal Stalin, Mr. Churchill, and I looked ahead to the days and months and years that will follow Germany's defeat. We were united in determination that Germany must be stripped of her military might and be given no opportunity within the foreseeable future to regain that might. The United Nations have no intention to enslave the German people. We wish them to have a normal chance to develop in peace as useful and respectable members of the European family. But we most certainly emphasize that word respectable, for we intend to rid them once and for all of Nazism and Prussian militarism and the fantastic and disastrous notion that they constitute the master race. We did discuss international relationships from the point of view of big, broad objectives rather than details. But on the basis of what we did discuss, I can say even today that I do not think any insoluble differences will arise among Russia, Great Britain, and the United States. In these conferences, we were concerned with basic principles which involve the security and the welfare and the standard of living of human beings in countries large and small. And somewhat ungrammatical colloquialism, I may say that I got along fine with Marshal Stalin. He is a man who combines a tremendous, relentless determination with a stalwart good humor. I believe he is truly representative of the heart and soul of Russia, and I believe that we are going to get along very well with him and the Russian people. Very well indeed. Britain, Russia, China, and the United States and their allies represent more than 3/4 of the total population of the earth. As long as these four nations, with great military power, stick together in determination to keep the peace, there will be no possibility of an aggressor nation arising to start another world war. But those four powers must be united with and cooperate with the freedom-loving peoples of Europe and Asia and Africa and the Americas. The rights of every nation, large or small, must be respected and guarded as jealously as are the rights of every individual within our own republic. The doctrine that the strong shall dominate the weak is the doctrine of our enemies, and we reject it. But at the same time, we're agreed that if force is necessary to keep international peace, international force will be applied for as long as it may be necessary. It has been our steady policy, and it is certainly a common sense policy, that the right of each nation to freedom must be measured by the willingness of that nation to fight for freedom. And today we salute our unseen allies in occupied countries, the underground resistance groups, and the armies of liberation. They will provide potent forces against our enemies when the day of the counter-invasion comes. Through the development of science, the world has become so much smaller that we have had to discard the geographical yardsticks of the past. For instance, through our early history, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans were believed to be walls of safety for the United States. Time and distance made it physically possible, for example, for us and for the other American republics to obtain and maintain independence against infinitely stronger powers. Until recently, very few people, even military experts, thought that the day would ever come when we might have to defend our Pacific coast against Japanese threats of invasion. At the outbreak of the First World War, relatively few people thought that our ships and shipping would be menaced by German submarines on the high seas, or that the German militarists would ever attempt to dominate any nation outside of Central Europe. After the armistice in 1918, we thought and hoped that the militaristic philosophy of Germany had been crushed, and being full of the milk of human kindness, we spent the next 20 years disarming, while the Germans whined so pathetically that the other nations permitted them and even helped them to rearm. For too many years, we lived on pious hopes that aggressor and warlike nations would learn and understand and carry out the doctrine of purely voluntary peace. The well-intentioned but ill-fated experiments of former years did not work. It is my hope that we will not try them again. No, that is putting it too weakly. It is my intention to do all that I humanly can as President and Commander-in-Chief to see to it that these tragic mistakes shall not be made again. There have always been cheerful idiots in this country who believed that there would be no more war for us if everybody in America would only return into their homes and lock their front doors behind them. Assuming that their motives were of the highest, events have shown how unwilling they were to face the facts. The overwhelming majority of all the people in the world want peace. Most of them are fighting for the attainment of peace. Not just a truce, not just an armistice, but peace that is as strongly enforced and as durable as mortal man can make it. If we are willing to fight for peace now, is it not good logic that we should use force if necessary in the future to keep the peace? I believe and I think I can say that the other three great nations who are fighting so magnificently to gain peace are in complete agreement that we must be prepared to keep the peace by force. If the people of Germany and Japan are made to realize thoroughly that the world is not going to let them break out again, it is possible and I hope probable that they will abandon the philosophy of aggression.
the belief that they can gain the whole world, even at the risk of losing their own souls. I shall have more to say about the Cairo and Tehran conferences when I make my report to the Congress in about 2 weeks' time. And on that occasion, I shall also have a great deal to say about certain conditions here at home. But today, I wish to say that in all my travels, at home and abroad, it is the sight of our soldiers and sailors and their magnificent achievements which have given me the greatest inspiration and the greatest encouragement for the future. To the members of our armed forces, to their wives, mothers, and fathers, I want to affirm the great faith and confidence that we have in General Marshall and Admiral King, who direct all of our armed might throughout the world. Upon them falls the responsibility of planning the strategy, of determining where and when we shall fight. Both of these men have already gained high places in American history, places which will record in that history many evidences of their military genius that cannot be published today. Some of our men overseas are now spending their third Christmas far from home. To them and to all others overseas, or soon to go overseas, I can give assurance that it is the purpose of their government to win this war and to bring them home at the earliest possible time. And we here in the United States had better be sure that when our soldiers and sailors do come home, they will find an America in which they are given full opportunities for education and rehabilitation and social security and employment and business enterprise under the free American system, and that they will find a government which, by their votes as American citizens, they have had a full share in electing. The American people have had every reason to know that this is a tough and destructive war. On my trip abroad, I talked with many military men who had faced our enemies in the field. These hard-headed realists testify to the strength and skill and resourcefulness of the enemy generals and men whom we must beat before final victory is won. The war is now reaching the stage where we shall all have to look forward to large casualty lists, dead, wounded, and missing. War entails just that. There is no easy road to victory, and the end is not yet in sight. I have been back only for a week. It is fair that I should tell you my impression. I think I see a tendency in some of our people here to assume a quick ending of the war. The war and the result means false reasoning. I think I discern an effort to resume or even encourage an outbreak of partisan thinking and talking. I hope I am wrong, for surely our first and most foremost tasks are all concerned with winning the war and winning a just peace that will last for generations. The massive offensives which are in the making, both in Europe and the Far East, will require every ounce of energy and fortitude that we and our allies can summon on the fighting fronts and in all the workshops at home. As I have said before, you cannot order up a great attack on a Monday and demand that it be delivered on Saturday. Less than a month ago, I flew in a big Army transport plane over the little town of Bethlehem in Palestine. Tonight on Christmas Eve, all men and women everywhere who love Christmas are thinking of that ancient town and of the star of faith that shone there more than 19 centuries ago. American boys are fighting today in snow-covered mountains, in malarial jungles, on blazing deserts. They are fighting on the far stretches of the sea and above the clouds, fighting the thing for which they struggle. I think is best symbolized by the message that came out of Bethlehem. On behalf of the American people, your own people, I send this Christmas message to you who are in our armed forces. In our hearts are prayers for you and for all your comrades in arms who fight to rid the world of evil. We ask God's blessing upon you, upon your fathers and mothers and wives and children, all your loved ones at home. We ask that the comfort of God's grace shall be granted to those who are sick and wounded, and to those who are prisoners of war in the hands of the enemy, waiting for the day when they will again be free. And we ask that God receive and cherish those who have given their lives, and that He keep them in honor and in the grateful memory of their countrymen forever. God bless all of you who fight our battles on this Christmas Eve. God bless us all. Keep us strong in our faith that we fight for a better day for humankind, here and everywhere.
You have just heard the voice of the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. This concludes the special Christmas Eve program conceived by the boys who are far from home this Christmas season. They wanted their loved ones to know how they were observing this day away from home. In order that we might bring you the special program just concluded, the following programs, usually heard over many of these stations, were canceled tonight. Amos and Andy, Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel, Fred Waring in Pleasure Time, and Fleetwood Lawton. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Challenge of the Yukon.
I'm King! On you Husky!
King, the swiftest, strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the Challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the Yukon during the gold rush of '98. That was the year that brought over 50,000 men swarming into the Klondike region, and the greed for gold led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, the force preserved a splendid record in maintaining the right, The challenge of the North was answered, and justice ruled triumphant. Prospect Creek would have been as lonely a stretch as existed in the Yukon if it hadn't been for the 3 small cabins staked there, each of them about 10 minutes' walk on snowshoes from the other. The one in the middle had been the first, where old Charlie Wallace lived alone. The one on the left belonged to Charlie's nephew, young Ben Wallace, and the one to the right had been built by Paul Hubbard. Paul was pulling his Mackinaw on in Charlie's cabin, while the old man concentrated on a piece of slate in front of him.
Sure, I mean it, Charlie. That was much better today.
It's mighty nice of you, son, coming up like this every day. And I ain't one to forget a good turn, neither.
Oh, it's no trouble to me.
Too much trouble for that nephew of mine. He never offered. Oh, well. Say, Paul. I was wondering if you'd do me one more favor.
Just name it.
I want you to promise me you'll never mention this to a soul. Will you do that for me?
If that's the way you want it.
I do. I guess it don't make much sense to you, but, well, I can't explain it except I'd rather not have anyone know an old man like me.
I know how you feel about it, Charlie. Count on me. Oh, I better be getting back to the cabin. Got some letters to write.
You'll come up this afternoon?
Yeah. I'll see you later, Charlie.
Thanks again, son.
A short time later, Paul Hubbard was returning to Charlie's cabin, his head bent as he walked against the wind.
I hope the old man's got plenty of firewood. Guess I better ask him about it. Well, Charlie, can't say I don't keep my word, huh? Oh, it's good to get out of that wind. But Charlie, what's wrong? Charlie. Oh, he's all slumped over. Must have dozed off. Well, I'd better throw some wood on the fire. It looks pretty low. And I'll... Oh, blood. Blood. No, he can't. Charlie.
Why, Paul. Say, I didn't expect to find you here. Thought I'd come up and have... What's wrong with Uncle Charlie?
He's dead.
What?
You can see for yourself. I just came in a couple of minutes ago, and I found him like this.
Oh. Paul, whatever made you do it?
Made me do it?
You killed him. That's what happened. You thought you could make it away from the cabin, but I got here before you can make a getaway. That's it.
No, I swear to you, Ben. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Who else could have done it? Who else? He was like a father to you. Treated you the same as me.
Ben, you gotta believe me.
My uncle. And my best friend.
I don't know any more about this than you do. It would have been the same thing if you'd have walked in instead of me.
Lies never covered up any... Who's that?
I don't know.
Hello there, Ben. Come on in, Sam.
Preston. Sergeant Preston.
Well, maybe he can straighten this out.
Hi there, Ben. Glad to see you, boy.
Well, you're just the person I'm looking for, Paul.
What? You're looking for me, Sergeant?
Sam and I brought a letter up for you from the post office in Fort Mont.
That's right. Here it is, too. Looks mighty important.
Charlie.
You just came in time, Sergeant.
He's dead.
Dead? How?
I got to the cabin about 5 minutes ago. I found Charlie like that. Kind of slumped over the table. I thought he was asleep. But
instead he was dead.
I tell you, Sergeant, he didn't have a reason in the world to kill him.
I didn't kill him. That's the way I found him. Sergeant, I don't know what this is all about.
Wait a minute. What's that?
What?
This paper in front of him. Wait. Listen. I, Charlie Wallace, not being a young man anymore, know that the time's coming when I'll cash in the chips. So I hereby leave my claim and all my possessions to Paul Hubbard, a fine, upright boy. To my nephew Ben, I will gold dust worth exactly $100. Signed, Charlie Wallace.
A will? Well, I didn't know that.
So this was it, Paul.
Well, I didn't know the old man was thinking of doing anything like that.
Boy, you thought you could cheat me out of what I had coming to me, huh? $100. That claim's mine. Mine, you hear? I see it all now.
Take it easy, Ben.
But I tell you, Sergeant, he killed my uncle.
What makes you so sure he killed him?
Well, who else could have done it? We're the only ones.
Well, that's just it. You two are the only ones who could have done it. You say you came up from your cabin just a few minutes ago, Paul.
That's right. I promised Charlie I'd be back this afternoon. I came in and found him like this. That's all there is, Sergeant. I swear it.
Oh.
And you, Ben?
I told you how I found him.
Have you been out of your cabin today?
No. The ground's too solid for any prospecting, so I stayed inside. Well, that is till I left to come up here. Thought I'd have supper with the old
You're
man.
sure you haven't been up here before?
Well, certainly I'm sure. What do you ask?
You've been in your cabin all day?
That's what I said.
Ben, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
Arresting?
When Sam and I came up from Fort Munn, we passed your cabin. There are 3 distinct set of tracks from your door to this. You came up here earlier today and went back.
No, you can't.
Those tracks are evidence enough for me. Charlie hasn't been dead for more than an hour. If you were innocent, you'd have no reason to tell a lie.
But what killed him? I can't make out.
Charlie was murdered with a slate pencil.
A pencil?
Yes, with one hard blow, the murderer drove it right through his heart.
But that will.
Yes, the will. Paul, I'm also arresting you. I've known Charlie for a long time. Everybody in Fort Munn knows he couldn't read or write.
Sergeant Preston and Sam Colby, the head of the Law and Order Committee in Fort Munn, took the 2 prisoners to the town jail. A short time after they'd been jailed, Paul Hubbard asked if he could see the Mountie.
All right, Paul, what is it?
Sergeant, this letter you brought me.
Yes?
It's from my sister back in the States. She says my mother is seriously sick and there's no hope for her to get better.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't you see? I've got to get back there. I've got to get back before...
Paul, that will implicate you in Charlie's murder.
If there were anything else to tell you, I'd lay it on the table. I don't know anything about this. Or the will either.
Charlie couldn't have written that will himself.
All right. I wasn't going to tell you because I promised Charlie I'd keep the secret for him. But I guess it doesn't matter now.
What doesn't matter?
The last 6 months, I went to Charlie's cabin every day, teaching him to read and write. You know, the ABCs. I'd lend him some of my books and we'd read them together. He caught on fast, too. I didn't know anything about that will. He never mentioned it to me. I never dreamed he planned turning the mine over to me. But, Sergeant, he did write it. You've got to believe me. Go on to his cabin and see for yourself. You'll find a lot of my books there.
Well, that's why the slate pencil was so handy.
He worked at it all the time, writing things. He'd even write me letters like they were an exercise. And I'd correct them for him.
I see.
Now he let me go. I don't have a minute to lose. I have to get back to the States.
All right, Paul. I'll tell Sam to let you out. He's got the keys.
Thanks, Sergeant. You'll never know what this means to me.
Well, see him?
Yes, I saw him. Sam, you've got the keys. Go back and release him, will you?
Yeah, sure. You going to question him out here?
No, I'm letting him go.
You what?
I'm letting him go.
Why, man, you must be out of your mind.
No, I'm serious, Sam.
But you can't mean it. Why, just as guilty
I
as...
think he's innocent, Sam.
Sergeant Preston, if you go through with this, as head of the Law and Order Commission here in Fort Munn, I'll go to Inspector Maynard and see that it costs you your commission.
I've never let an innocent man hang yet. What's more, as soon as Paul's got a good start to his cabin, we're going out there and give him a chance to remove those doubts from your mind.
Doubts? There's no doubt in my mind, and I think you've lost yours.
All I want you to do is slip in through the back door to the cabin. Don't let him know you're there. I'm going to prove to you, Sam, that Paul did not murder Charlie Wallace.
It was an hour later. Sergeant Preston, with King at his side, knocked on the door of Paul Hubbard's cabin.
Well, I see he has his sled ready.
Who is? Why, it's Sergeant Preston.
Mind if I come in, Paul?
No, come ahead.
Thanks.
Kind of surprised to see you.
I imagine you won't like what I'm going to say.
What is it? What's wrong?
I'm going to take you back to jail.
What?
That's right.
But I told you. I'm almost ready to leave. You can't mean it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't understand this. Why did you let me go?
There's no use wasting time.
But don't you see, every minute may mean... No, I won't go. I won't go back with you.
If I put you under arrest...
But I didn't have anything to do with it. You can't stop me now. I've got to get back to the States. It's life or death. If I don't see my mother now...
I don't like to hold a gun on you. If that's the only way to make you come with me, then...
So that's it. Taking me in with a gun in my back. Well, I'm not going, see? Now I've got the gun.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you've got the gun. All right, King, quietly. I guess you're calling the cards now, Paul. You've already killed one man. There's nothing to stop you from killing me and making your getaway.
No, you still think I killed him, eh?
You've killed one man. You won't hesitate to kill another.
You think I won't do it, don't you? You think I won't kill you? But I will. I will. It's the only way to get back to the States.
There's no need to make explanations to the man you're going to kill. Get it over with. The time's getting shorter.
Yeah, it's getting shorter.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Don't know. There's no other way. It's no use. I couldn't kill anybody. I can't shoot you. Go ahead. Here's your gun. You might as well put your handcuffs on me.
I'm not going to put handcuffs on you, Paul.
Sergeant, I guess I owe you an appointment.
Sam.
Paul, if you had killed Charlie, you wouldn't have hesitated to kill me.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Your explanation about teaching Charlie to write satisfied me that you were innocent. But I wanted more proof.
And you got it. Sergeant, believe me, that's the last time I'll ever argue with you. When you told me about him teaching Charlie the ABCs on our way up here, I still wasn't sure that he hadn't forced the old man to write that. And then killed him.
You see, Ben obviously didn't know anything about the lessons. Otherwise, he never would have left that will in front of Charlie when he killed him. You remember, he was very surprised when we found it.
Yes, son. You'd better head for Skagway right away.
Sergeant, I don't believe you really tried to hit me when you fired that gun. Why, the bullet went clean in the wall up there. Now, everybody in the Yukon knows you never miss.
Who had the right to one great wish, what would it be?
It would be 2 wishes in one, the second dependent upon the first. I would wish that there could be peace on earth. I would wish that all who are separated this day because of the war could be reunited.
Christmas Reunion.
This is Robert St. John, and this is a program called Christmas Reunion, brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company. It's going to be a long program because we've got many places to go, all around the world, as a matter of fact, bringing us civilians to our men in arms, and our men in arms to us civilians. There'll be professional entertainment from Hollywood and New York. There'll be GI entertainment from Chongqing and Miami, from Guadalcanal and Iceland. We wish we could make a wish come true. Doing the next best, we are grateful to be able to present NBC's Christmas Reunion. In London, England, just 100 years ago, a new story was heard for the first time. It was Charles Dickens' deathless work, A Christmas Carol. The crippled hero, Tiny Tim, cried, "God bless us, everyone." Well, God bless us, everyone, in this Christmas reunion with London, England.
Everywhere, oh,
Christmas Day. Down in the entrance lobby of this famous Red Cross Club in the heart of Piccadilly, there's a real Christmas Day atmosphere. Servicemen and women are drifting in and out. They're talking about how they've spent the day, how they intend to spend the evening. They've come in to ask questions and pass out information of their own. If you want a bit of real American here in London on this Christmas Day, it's the lobby information counter with Gwen Winningham of Cape Girardeau, Missouri, in charge.
Merry Christmas. Hi, kids. Merry Christmas.
Boy, what a day.
What's the matter? Been having fun?
I'll say turkey dinner and hell.
I'll bet you ate at about 3 tubs.
Boy, I'm stuck. You got a good movie here tonight? I want to relax.
7:30 in Rainbow Hall. See you later, Joe. Have fun.
Gwen. Merry Christmas. Excuse me, are there any good shows on in town?
Sure, Sergeant, lots of them. They'll tell you all about them at the ticket counter in the next room. Say, I've seen you before.
I spent most of the day here at Rainbow Corner.
Bet you had fun. What's your name, Sergeant?
Clifford Bird.
Where from?
Well, my folks live in San Leandro, California, but my wife and little boy live near Seattle.
A boy, eh? How old is he?
Just 4 months. I've never seen him, but I've got lots of pictures of him.
They always have. I suppose he's a junior.
That's right. He's Clifford, too, but that was my wife's idea.
That's a pretty nice lot of decorations you got there, Clifford. Let's see, the DFC, the Purple Heart, and the Air Medal with 3 thrusters. What do you fly?
I was a top turret gunner on a fort, but I've completed my missions and I'm instructing now.
Boy, from the look of those ribbons, you came plenty from the top turret position. Well, tell Miss Longman to give you a good ticket for a good show, and Merry Christmas. Be seeing you.
Merry Christmas to you, and thanks a lot.
Hiya, Wack. Merry Christmas, and what can I do for you?
Oh, I just dropped in with some friends for the party down in the Rainbow Room.
Where are you from?
My home's in Holland, Massachusetts, near Worcester.
Another Yankee. I want you to meet Sally Elding, our program director. She's from Boston, and you two Yankees should know each other.
Hello. Merry Christmas. I'm Sally Elding. And I'm T.S.C. Etta Whitney.
How long have you been over?
About 3 months. But I've been in the wax for 7 months.
Are you having a good Christmas?
Well, it's not like being at home with my husband and daughter, but it's been very interesting.
What did you do?
Lots of hard work, but lots of Christmas festivity, too. But I think the thing I enjoyed the most was the Christmas party.
You mean the one we had here?
No, I couldn't get to that. But the wax gave a big party for English children at our Red Cross sub in Charles Street. We had saved our candy and gum rations for them, gave them toys and a delicious tea, and, we had a wonderful time. I think we grown-ups enjoyed it as much as the children.
I'm sure you did. But you said something about having a daughter of your own.
Yes, I have. But she's grown up, too, now. Her name's Jane, and she's training as a nurse in the Springfield Hospital. She plans to be an Army nurse when she's finished.
Good for her. I'm sure you're very proud of her. Well, I'm glad you brought your friends in for our party here tonight. I know you'll enjoy it. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mrs. Elton. The same to you. And to all our friends and neighbors in good old Massachusetts.
Merry Christmas, Gwen. Can I get a haircut?
Sure, the barber shop's open 24 hours. Well, if it isn't Chief Yeoman Wright, Merry Christmas, George. What do you want with a haircut on Christmas Day?
That's my first chance, Gwen. I've been working in Howe. As somebody said, there's a war on.
You're not kidding. How was your Christmas?
Pretty good. About 10 of us Navy men had Christmas dinner together this afternoon.
Were you dreaming of a white Christmas, the kind you had back in Denora, Pennsylvania?
I sure would like that. My wife, Olive, and I always have our Christmas gifts on Christmas Eve. And I hope I can observe that custom together again next Christmas.
Well, anyway, England's more like home for Christmas than Sicily and Italy.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of miss the excitement of those days when we were invading Sicily.
Well, George, you can be darn proud of that Chief Yeoman's rating, and I'll bet all of his, too.
Well, I'm darn proud of the Navy, Gwen.
Tell the barbershop not to snip all your hair off, and Merry Christmas to you, George, and to Olive.
That goes for me, too, Gwen. Merry Christmas. Hey, Gwen, look what I got from Christmas from home.
A watch? Oh, boy, what a beauty. You're a lucky Joe. Take care of that now.
Merry Christmas, Gwen. Where can I check my wallet?
Right over there at the cashier's desk, and don't forget your receipt.
Hi, Gwen. Can I get my pants pressed?
Sure enough, soldier. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And now back to Robert St. John in New York.
When they heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. So it is written in the book of St. Matthew, chapter 2, verse 9. So it happened nearly 2,000 years ago in Bethlehem.
and consequently we'll go ahead on a time basis. That means at 18...
And so it happened nearly 2,000 years ago in Bethlehem. Come in, Bethlehem.
December 25th, in the year of our Lord, 1943. It is now 11 minutes past 8 in the evening.
Bethlehem at Christmas time, where once wise men came to worship. And now we find an American boy and girl standing reverently in the grotto where the hallowed manger stood. I'm an American soldier. I'm standing in a grotto under the Church of Nativity in Bethlehem. This is a great moment in my life, and I want to tell you as much as I can about it. A long time ago, this place was a stable in back of an inn. Right here in front of my eyes is the place where Jesus lay in the manger, where the wise men brought him gifts, and where the shepherds came to tell of the angel that appeared before them. It makes me think of the words to a familiar Christmas carol, one that you've been singing at home today, and one that I sang with you when I was home. O come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. O come ye to Bethlehem. Well, I've come to Bethlehem, and I'm singing that same familiar carol here. But now those words mean more to me than they ever did before.
I'm an American Red Cross girl, and I'm standing here next to the American soldier. There are hundreds and hundreds of them here in Bethlehem this Christmas Day, and if they could all express their feelings, they would all say just what this soldier has said. We all miss our homes and families, just as you at home miss us. And yet, we're having a real Christmas this year, a Christmas that none of us will ever forget as long as we live. One that will give greater meaning to all Christmases we're going to have at home with you in the future.
And now here is more GI entertainment direct from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Fairbanks, Alaska. The date is December 25th. The time is 9:17. And we're with a group of American soldiers, all non-coms. Here they are.
Sourdough, sourdough, sourdoughs are we. We've been in Alaska almost a century. Sourdough, sourdough, sourdoughs are we. From Simon Boulevard Buckner to the lowest PVT. Mushing through the snow, freezing head and toe. We will never leave this land because we love it so. What are we saying?
Boy, this is the whitest Christmas I have ever seen.
What was that?
Thermometer just hit 50 below. Correction, 60 below.
Who do you suppose that is?
Maybe it's Santa Claus.
What do you mean, Santa Claus? You know he's down in the States, the lucky bum. Open up.
Let him in, Wally. You've had your feet on that stove since Thanksgiving.
Okay, I'm going.
Well, it's Frankie Dodd.
Oh, Frankie! I told you guys to cut that out. We thought you were Santa Claus. No, I think he got grounded in Wapakoneta. I just stopped by to see Mrs. Claus, and she said he ought to be back in a couple of days.
It'll be good to have him back. He's a good neighbor.
Yeah, and he sure pays good dough for helping him make those toys.
But a guy can get awful sick of hearing sleigh bells all year. How about that Dunder and Blitzen of his? Those reindeer can eat like horses.
Yeah, they get all the best food, and what do we get? Blubber.
What gets me is Santa's little gnomes running all over the place.
Those guys can work faster than CC, Phil.
Yeah.
One little fella came up to me last November and said,
I can't understand how production in the States can be so high if they got guys like you back there. Must be the Dangers doing all the work.
You know, they ought to draft those little guys.
You fellas don't realize how lucky we are to have Santa Claus as a neighbor. Here in Alaska, every day is Christmas.
The 4th of July is a nice holiday. How can you think of the 4th of July on a day like this?
Me? I'll take Christmas. Even if it does mean that Santa Claus goes to the States every year.
I'd sure like to go to the States myself.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you want to leave Alaska for? Beautiful mountains, wonderful northern lights, fine bracing air, woods full of bear and moose, and the gold mines, the ski runs, and the midnight sun?
And our Eskimo friends and the old sourdoughs.
And Santa Claus. That's right. You don't want to go home.
Well, maybe you're right. Gosh, but I hope Santa didn't forget to stop in Milwaukee.
Sure he stopped there. He always gets thirsty around Milwaukee.
I hope he didn't get too thirsty. He still had to hit Parkersburg, Chicago, and Atlantic City.
Thought you guys were talking about Alaska. You know, we are lucky to be here.
Yeah, we love it here.
Don't worry, folks. They all get that way up here.
Sourdough, sourdough, sourdoughs are we. We've been in Alaska almost a century. Sourdough, sourdough, sourdoughs are we. From Simon Boulevard Buckner to the lowest PVT. Mushing through the snow, freezing head and toe. We will never leave this land because we love it so. A Merry Christmas!
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Tech Sergeant Frank Dodd of Parkersburg, West Virginia, Sergeant Walter Zawicki of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Corporal Robert Simon of Chicago. This is Bud Foster speaking and returning you to Robert St. John in New York.
Miami Shore, remember? Ultraviolet rays, captured in ultra-sophisticated melody, signed up for service on this Christmas Day. For a Christmas reunion with a sunburned Santa Claus, we follow the Swallows to Miami, Florida.
From Miami, Florida, it's the 7th Naval District wishing you all good Christmas cheer from a traditional Christmas party on the Miami waterfront. Our young guests are the children of naval personnel from all over America who are awaiting the advent of old St. Nick himself, Captain Child. Their first tropical Christmas is a novel one, as Santa Claus is not coming from the North Pole by reindeer and sleigh, but from the South Pole by boat over a palm-fringed southern sea. And since this is a Navy party, I'll let Gilman Bob Cole take over right now.
Well, it was a pretty gloomy prospect for Santa this wartime, Yule. The sea given over to more vital cargoes and toys for children. But the Navy has today kept faith with the child's dream of Christmas. Before dawn, an 80 torpedo boat was dispatched to the South Pole with orders to get one Santa Claus with packs and deliver same intact to Miami's Biscayne Bay. That mission is now complete, and the PT is being docked. They're turning off the engines now, and those kids are rushing towards the stern where Santa is getting off. His traditional bag of toys this year is a regulation Navy sea bag. I'm trying to get through to Santa right now, but with all these kids, that competition's pretty tough. Well,
Hello, everybody. Gangway here.
How was that trip by PT boat?
Oh, that was swell, son.
You have a good time?
Fine, yes.
Well,
Much better than the last one, son. What's your name?
Now, some of these boys are looking for these presents. You know that last trip Santa mentioned just now was really something. He was torpedoed twice within 10 minutes. You see, our Santa disguises himself as Chief Yeoman Will Jewett of the Navy 364 days of the year, and that last trip was during the African invasion.
Well, what's your name, Sonny?
Buddy Price.
Buddy Price. What can I do for you?
A lot of more daddies are overseas, and I want you to take these presents to them.
Oh, I'd love to do that. That's an order, son. I'll take them over. I'll find your daddies wherever they are.
There's just one more thing, please, sir.
Oh, you're Carolina Moon, aren't you?
Well, it's the big shot case right over the side. Here you pipe, Santa boy.
Well, that's something for our PT skipper, Lieutenant Jack Sills of Leonia, New Jersey, to decide. He's a big shot, gals, and he's a regular hero, a Navy Cross and everything. How about the request, Lieutenant?
Very well, Santa, but first I'd like to say hello to Mother. Wilson Cade, carry on.
Aye, aye, sir. Well, goodbye, folks. Goodbye from Miami. Good luck.
And now to Robert St. John in New York.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. But what am I saying? Those are the words of a song of romance. And there's very little in the way of romance in the spot we visit next. Here in Manhattan and in every big city along the coasts of this nation, we've looked out of the windows when the air raid sirens wailed. We've watched the buildings grow gray in the moonlight. We've looked down at the gleaming white helmets of the air raid wardens standing in the silent streets, and with never a thought to the men waiting behind concealed guns for enemy planes overhead. Some of these gun crews are on the ground in camouflaged positions. Many are on rooftops. We don't know where they are now, and maybe we'll never know. But in this Christmas reunion, we visit one of these lonely outposts somewhere on the East Coast. Ben Grauer, suppose you tell us what it's like up there.
Well, if you'll pardon an old saying, Bob, I'm a stranger here myself, but I've had a chance to look around, and I want to tell you right now, however, that this is as strange a military situation as you can imagine. There are some 16 soldiers on top of this building, all members of the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Command of the Eastern Defense Command. They work, eat, sleep, and play on this rooftop. They also wait, and believe me, they wait to fight, as do all the other gun sections in this gun battery and all others wherever they may be. Now, I won't be permitted to identify this particular gun section, but there are certain things I can say with safety. Section X of the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Command of the Eastern Defense Command is commanded by Lieutenant Harold Thomas. Right now, I'm standing in the day room of the barracks on this same rooftop. To my left is the room where the men sleep in double-decker bunks. Almost at my back is the entrance to the washrooms, and to my right is the open kitchen. And now for the business department of this rooftop military encampment. The purpose in life, yes, quite literally the aim of the 16 men who live in this rooftop is the gun, which is located outside and a short distance away on a special platform. Lieutenant Thomas, pick it up from the gun, will you, and tell us what you can about your pride and joy. Over to Thomas.
Okay, Ben. We're standing right beside our 40-millimeter anti-aircraft gun, which, incidentally, can be operated either manually or by electrical control from a distance. This gun, as is in the case of most other anti-aircraft guns of this type, has a companion piece in a 50-caliber machine gun. Our companion machine gun is mounted on another tower, a short distance from this one and somewhat higher. Now, back to our pride and joy, the 40-millimeter gun. You can't fire it for a couple of very important reasons, the most obvious of which is this. To do so would betray the position of the gun, and that's a military secret. So we can give you a rough idea of how quickly things happen after the chief of section, Sergeant Rothy, says,
Target! Action! Fire!
That's approximately how it goes. And from that point out, this gun would be firing explosive shells at an overhead target at the rate of 60 rounds per minute, or 1 per second. Lieutenant Thomas to Ben Grauer. We're all coming back to the barracks now, Ben. Over to Ben Grauer.
Thanks very much, Lieutenant Thomas. Now, there's a young man standing beside me who had a great deal to do with making Christmas on a rooftop a happy one for the men of this gun section, and I'm going to let him speak for himself. Take over Mess Sergeant Andrew L. Henriksen.
Well, there isn't much to say, except that I prepared Christmas dinner at this gun position today.
Well, it's quite a mouthful, but tell us, Mess Sergeants don't usually serve as cooks, do they?
No, sir, I jump in and help out when I can.
Good. And when did you jump in on this particular dinner?
It started last night. You know how it is. The turkey and pies and other things have to be prepared in advance.
You're done right. All mothers who cook today, please take notice. The Army does it the hard way, just like you. But, say, where are you from, Henriksen?
Shelby, Michigan.
Well, would you say that your dinner was as substantial as the kind mother might make out at Shelby?
I'll read the menu, Mr. Gar.
Okay.
Fruit cup, roast turkey with dressing and gravy, cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, buttered peas, corn, tomato and lettuce salad, celery, pickles, hot rolls, pumpkin pie, apples, grapes, candies and nuts, coffee, tea, and milk.
Is that all?
That's all.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, the gun crew's just come back here in the barracks with us now, and I'd like to ask Chief of Section Sergeant Rothy a question or two. And by the way, this Sergeant Rothy, with only 2 years in the service, is a soldier's idea of a real soldier. He's got a way about him that gets things done.
Well, that's a little embarrassing, Mr. Gar.
So, and what about your medal for being an outstanding example to comrades in arms?
Couldn't I report on something else?
On what, for instance?
Well, sir, in civilian life, I used to build the planes. I used to help get them up in the air. Now, on this rooftop with the others, I'm waiting to help bring them down.
Very good, Sergeant Rothy. And if they never come, you and your comrades in arms will have done your job. And now, fellows, what about that Christmas dinner just described? Did you enjoy it?
We sure did, yay!
Is there anything in particular you'd like to say to the world on a worldwide radio network? Yes, Lieutenant Thomas?
Yes, Ben. Permission to fire 8 words at the enemy from the men of my command.
8 words? Very well, Lieutenant Thomas. Fire.
You send them over, we'll let them down.
You are listening to NBC's Christmas Reunion, a program which illustrates our best by way of bringing our men and women of the armed forces home for Christmas. During the past half hour or so, we've been around quite a lot. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is only the beginning. Behind us are London and Alaska and Bethlehem and Miami. Ahead of us are Chongqing and Guadalcanal, Algiers and Hollywood, and many another place.
Short fella, too.
That's our next stopping place. As a matter of fact, if you know your theme melodies, you already suspect we're going out there to meet Amos and Andy. As a matter of fact, we are. And a guest of theirs, a famous guest by the name of Hosea Turby, who will speak for himself just as soon as we've made our station identification.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm going to play now the Scherzo in B-flat minor by Chopin.
we cordially invite you to come along to the Mystic Nights of the Sea Lodge Hall in Harlem, the hangout of a group of gentlemen who I'm sure are very familiar to all of you. I refer, of course, to Amos and Andy. As we go into the lodge hall, we find Andy in the Kingfish in one of the offices discussing Andy's recent graduation from a correspondence school for piano playing. Let's listen in.
Put it there, Brother Andy, put it there. I want to congratulate you on graduating from the Correspondence School of Music.
Oh, yeah. Look at that diploma I got here with all the ribbons and the sealing wax on it.
Oh, yeah, that's a great diploma. Look at that thing. Oh, that's a reporting thing to have.
Yeah, well, Coach, you know, Kingfish, you was seeing this diploma at its worst.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get me a frame for this thing. One with an open corner so the ribbon can hang down.
Yeah. Yeah, you ought to get a frame for it right away before the ribbon starts to get dirty and starts spazzle out on you. You know, Andy, the main thing in any observatory of music is to keep the diploma neat. A diploma is everything with the kind of work you in.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I ought to get it insured, huh?
Yeah, I'm really proud of you, Brother Andy. I'll put it there again.
Yeah.
You know...
you know something? You ought to have been at that graduation. I was a happy man.
Sure enough. Sorry I missed it, Brother Andy. Tell me this. Did you wear one of them square hats on your head with the black gown?
No. I graduated in my nightshirt.
In your nightshirt?
Yeah, that's how I was when the mailman rung the doorbell and handed me my diploma.
Oh, that ain't a very dignified way of getting graduated.
Well, the thing come at 7 o'clock in the morning. I didn't know they was going to graduate me special delivery.
Well, now, Brother Andy, this is all great thing you got here. Oh, it must be great to know everything there is about piano playing.
Oh, Kingfish, I really worked hard on that course. I studied all them lessons till I knows them all by heart.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah. Now I can hardly wait to get a piano so I can try it all out.
Excuse me, I don't want to appear full of ignorance or nothing like that, but my ear been acting up funny on me here lately. Did you say that you was a graduated piano player and you still ain't touched the piano?
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? After all, you ain't got to be a baby to be a baby doctor.
No.
You ain't got to be dead to be no undertaker.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I'm just a little old-fashioned. For some reason, I still like the piano player that plays the piano. I don't know why it is.
Oh, get away. That's just a waste of time. But you see, Kingfish, the reason I done took this course is so I can give piano lessons myself to other people.
Oh, I get it. You got a diploma there. That diploma is everything. In other words, you're going to teach the piano. You're going to be a teacher.
Right.
Yeah.
And I got a gold mine right here.
Now, look here, Brother Andy. Now, look here. Now, I as your pal, partner, dear.
Mm-hmm.
How about taking me in as your partner? Now, don't forget, I know a little about piano playing myself.
Yeah, well, that ain't a bad idea. All right, we'll work together.
Oh, that's great. You got a diploma and everything. That's great.
Yeah, this will be the highest class school in the world. Each one of us will be a specialist. I'll learn them the white keys, and you learn them the black keys.
Mr. Turby, it sure is nice of you to come up here to the Lodge Hall and to say that you will play for our New Year's charity fair. We all sure will appreciate it.
I will be only too happy to do it.
Oh, gee, that's nice, Mr. Turby. It must be wonderful to be able to play a piano like you can, Mr. Turby. By the way, this is the piano right here that we're going to use for the affair. Maybe you better sit down there a second and see if it's in tune and everything. You can adjust the stool.
All right, my friend. I'll try it.
How is it, Mr. Turby?
Well, the piano's all right. The stool needs a little tuning.
Yeah, sir. Well, I'll get that fixed. Mr. Turby, I'd like to have you meet a couple of our lodge members that's here at the Lodge Hall, and I know they'd like to meet you, too. Excuse me just a second. Lightning, come here a minute, will you, right away. Come here quick.
Did you want me for something, Miss Amos?
Lightning, go down the hall there and tell the Kingfish and Andy, they're in the second room there. Tell them that Mr. Turby, the piano soloist, is here for them to come over.
Yeah, sir. All right, I tell them. Mr. Amos told me to tell them that Mr. Somebody is in here with a piano.
Yeah, this room ought to make us a great studio, all right. What you want, Lightning?
Excuse me, Mr. Andy, but Mr. Amos wants y'all to come across the hall and meet some fellow that's interested in piano playing.
Kingfish. Amos has got us a pupil.
Great. I tell you what, we ought to soak him double for the honor of being our first pupil.
Yeah. I'm going to have to charge him about $1.50, because maybe I ought to give Amos 25 cents for getting him for me.
Yeah, now look here. Don't forget to bring that diploma with you. That's everything now, Andy. Bring your diploma.
Oh, yeah. I don't want nothing to happen to that thing. Yeah, let's handle this diploma with care.
Now, look, there's a certain time that you pull the diploma out. There's a psychological minute there to do that, you see.
Yeah. Let me know when to flash that on him.
Yeah, I'll tell you when. I'll say to you, now is the time.
Yeah. Is my phone bow on straight here, Kingfish?
Yeah, you look great. Now, remember, Andy, we got to do a selling job when he gets in there. We'll tell him that if he pays attention to us and studies hard, someday he might be as good as Duke Ellington.
Come in, fellas, come in. Mr. Turby, this is Mr. Brown, and Mr. Stevens, the Kingfish. How do you do?
Oh, glad to know you.
Us professors is pleased to meet you.
I wanted you to have the pleasure of meeting the greatest piano player in the world.
Oh, Amos, stop putting it on. There's a lot of other piano players as good as I is.
No, you don't understand, Andy.
Who don't? Listen, Amos.
Excuse me, Mr. Amos. There's a phone call out here. You better take it. Thank you, Lightning. Excuse me, Mr. Turby.
Tell me this, Mr. Herbert.
Turby.
I mean, Mr. Turbin. How did you happen to come up here?
Well, you see, I came to New York to go into Carnegie Hall.
That's enough. I can tell you now that you done made a smart move in deciding to switch over to us. You know, Mr. Wormby, them long-haired fellas down there don't know nothing about teaching the piano. Their hair gets in the eyes and they can't see the notes or nothing.
Yeah, half of those guys is playing in the cracks. You see, Mr. Turkey, the first rule that we got in our school is that all of us professors has got to keep their hair cut short.
Pardon me. Am I to understand that you are going to give me piano lessons?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Turmoil. Yes, sir. We can give you the beginners or the advanced.
But I have been playing the piano for 30 years.
Yeah, well, don't get undiscouraged. You'll get the knack of it all of a sudden. We'll learn you.
Now, we has had them worse than you is, you know.
Oh, yeah.
About the money. We has got several courses. We has got the $8 course that learns you in 6 weeks, or we has got the deluxe $10 course that will learn you in a month.
Well, I think I better take your quickest course because I'm playing with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra tomorrow night.
Oh, well, wait a minute. In that case, I better take off my coat and get busy here right away. Now, Coach, you know what a beautiful instrument the piano is.
Yes, I do. It is the instrument of the immortals.
Yeah, that's right. And they got to learn to play it the same as anybody else does.
Now, here is the instrument right over here. Step this way, Mr. Derby.
Yeah. Now, this here is called the piano. Now, the place where all these keys is here is what we call the dashboard.
Tell me, where is the self-starter on the dashboard?
Oh, you don't do a starter on a piano.
You thinking of the saxophone or something like that you blow in?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, now, sit down on the stool here. Now, the idea is to hit these keys right smack on the nose like this. Now, that note there, that's a white one. That's in your department.
Professor Brown is going to tell you that note is C.
Yes, that's C. D, E, F, G.
And then it goes right on. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Well, now, the main thing, Mr. Murky, is to keep your knuckles low. We teaches the knuckle down low system. Now, try hitting the keys.
And knuckles down.
You mean like this?
You see that, Kingfish? He learned already.
Yeah, well, that just go to show you, Mr. Turbin, that it appears to come to the best teachers. That phone call was for you, Mr. Turby. They want you to come down for a rehearsal at the New York Philharmonic.
Well, why didn't you tell him that he's busy taking a piano lesson?
You ain't trying to give Mr. Turby a piano lesson, is you, Andy?
Why, you think you're going to be too dumb to learn?
Oh, Mr. Turby happens to be one of the world's greatest piano players. He gets thousands of dollars for just one appearance. Why, he is one of the highest paid, most famous concert artists in the world.
He is, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Turby is going to play for our charity concert. And to tell you the truth, I was even ashamed to ask him if he would use this old piano here.
Oh, that's all right, my friend. I'm sure this piano will work out. Let me try it once more. Look at this. There was some oil or grease on the piano stool. Do you have something I can use to wipe it off my trousers?
Yes, sir, we sure do. Andy, now is the time. Hand the man your diploma.
The boys of America are not the only ones who find themselves thousands of miles away from home this Christmas. On a U.S. Army air base near Hollywood, fighting sons of a great United Nations ally are spending their holidays over 7,000 miles away from their brave homeland to prepare themselves for further action in defense of their ideals and their families. In a moment, you will hear their voices, the voices of new militant China, singing two songs born of the blood and the spirit of a nation that could not and would not be conquered by all the might of the Japanese Empire.
We have just about 1 minute to go. Yes, still, I'll check just in a few seconds.
Well, let's go back to Hollywood now for those Chinese singers, please. Come in, Hollywood.
Go away, go away, 向上高飞，向上高飞，34万方里的河山，给我们欢笑，10万5千同胞的眼睛，给我们希望，战斗战斗战斗的热血。我站在胸膛，牺牲牺牲牺牲的火焰，燃烧了战场。我们高飞，高飞，向上高飞，向上高飞，中国的万岁天红章，中国的。
For the appearance of the chorus of Chinese air fighters, we wish to thank Colonel William Abbott Robertson.
In Chongqing, China, it's close to 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, and yet some of the officers of the China-Burma-India Command thought it would be nice to be eating their Christmas dinner, if not with, at least at the same time as the folks back home in these United States. I said right now is tomorrow morning to them, only radio could make it today to us. And so, by radio, we journey a full half-turn around the world to the very heart of China, Chongqing.
I'm getting different than it's coming over there.
Inviting you to drop into the new enlisted men's day room at United States Army Headquarters out here on this Christmas Day, 1943. Sitting over by the stone fireplace at the far end of the room, killing a little time between Christmas dinner and the dance at the Victory House tonight, are 4 PIs we'd like you to meet. Sergeant Edward Healy of Watertown, Connecticut.
Another mouthful of goose in these clothes and mine wouldn't hold me.
Master Sergeant Murray Whitehead of Los Angeles, California.
It was a pie and ice cream and cake that got me. Apple and mincemeat pie.
Corporal Edward Chadish of Chicago.
Don't forget the trimmings, like green olives, pickles, and assorted candy.
And First Sergeant Martin Ross of the Bronx, New York City.
Yep, that was some Christmas dinner. Reminded me of home. Me too. And the folks back home sure get right by me this year. You guys see that favorite fruitcake from my sister?
We're just waiting for you to pass it around, Ed. Fruitcake is about the only thing we didn't have for dinner today.
What I want to know is how did that 2-pound bowl of mine spend the first Christmas? Well, Sarge, since he's only about 3 weeks old, I doubt it's time for stocking this year.
No, not this year, but we'll have one next Christmas. And who knows, maybe her dad will be home to help her play with the toys.
Wouldn't that be something? Christmas at home in Chicago, a good brisk wind off Lake Michigan, and department store windows in the loop jammed full of things to buy.
That baby home is in the Bronx, and that's where I want to spend Christmas soon. Give me New York during the holidays anytime. Even the brownouts. Boy, they would look like a Christmas tree to me. Any time of the year.
Well, wherever we spend Christmas when we first get back to the States, we're sure going to hear a lot more carols than we do out here.
You're right about that. At home, you hear them everywhere. Over the radio, on the streets, in department stores.
We ought to get a bunch of fellas together at the party in the Victory House tonight and sing a few carols. Almost everyone knows Silent Night, the little town of Bethlehem.
You know, there's a nothing left at the top of my head that isn't about Christmas at all. But it sure does remind me of home.
Well, Sarge, you don't have to sing carols at Christmas time.
No, any kind of singing goes during the holidays.
Especially if it reminds you of home. What is that song, Sarge? Anything you know?
Sure. Everybody knows George and Cohen's songs, especially the one that's sticking in my mind right now. Let's give my regards to Broadway.
Sure, we remember that.
How does the tune go? Well, the first song with the Broadway song right now. Let's sing now. Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. Tell all the gang on 42nd Street that I will soon be there.
That's it, Sarge.
Yeah, and even to California. It sounds good out here in China.
That's as good as any carol going, Sarge. Let's hear it once, all the way through.
Okay, and what I lack in voice, I'll make up in feeling. Here goes. Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. Tell all the gang on 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Come on, you guys. One more time and all join in. It's a New Yorker's Christmas carol. Ready? Let's go. Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. Tell all the gang on 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I'm yearning to mingle with the old time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and tell them I'll be there ere long.
This is Chungking, China, returning you to Robert St. John in New York.
And now for a Christmas reunion with Algiers, where Captain Andre Barouche and Sergeant George the Real McCoy are waiting for us, along with some of the correspondents of the Stars and Stripes, the Army's own great newspaper. It's all yours, Algiers, North Africa. It's all yours, Algiers, North Africa. Or Algiers, North Africa, we're waiting for you.
Season's greetings, everyone. This is Captain Andre Barouche speaking to you from Algiers, where the fighting men and women of the armed forces are gathered around the microphone on the sidewalks of North Africa to wish the folks back home a very Merry Christmas and the happiest of New Years. The sidewalks of North Africa, sponsored by the North African edition of Stars and Stripes, is a radio favorite of your sons and daughters over here and brings you the news and views of that yank about town, Sergeant Dick Bruner of Philadelphia, and the intimate sidewalk interviews of Sergeant George the Real McCoy of New York City. And now, as I dismount from my sagging camel and fire to the old hitching post, I see none other than Sergeant George the Real McCoy making haste to the microphone, pursued by an irate rug dealer. All right, boys, let him through.
Hey, Johnny, find the rug from Boyle's Fair? Very cheap, only 500 francs.
Imshi, Mohammed, Imshi. I don't want to buy a rug. I was just trying to find my way out of the Casbah. Is there anybody here from out of town?
I am.
Yeah, what town?
Denison, Texas.
And what's your name?
Sergeant John Cliff.
What did you get for Santa Claus? What did Santa Claus give you for Christmas, man?
Oh, I got beaucoup presents. The most unusual gift was a dozen golf balls.
What, no golf clubs?
Oh, the golf clubs don't bother me. My problem is to find a golf course.
Oh, then it's a case of the missing link.
I guess that's right.
That's Paul for the course, brother. It's been a pleasure.
Ah, yes, it is a beautiful day and everybody is happy. But I, Pepe Le Moco, am not happy. Without Eddie Lemar, I am desolate. Have you seen Eddie Lemar, monsieur?
She ain't here, Charlie. You'll find her down on the boulevard of Broken Dreams in the Casbah.
Thank you, monsieur. Just a gigolo.
Who's next, Captain Baruch? Well, I've got a sailor here. Sea legs and all, and his name is Robert Christian, yeoman second class. Hails from Dixie.
Well, ship ahoy, sailor. What part of Dixie are you from, Bob?
Oh, a little place called Tate, Georgia.
What was your racket? I mean, what did you do back home?
I just finished high school and got the itch to travel, so I joined the Navy.
Say, did you get many presents from home?
Did mighty fine, I reckon. I got 12 packages.
Did you open any of them before Christmas?
Well, I must confess, I opened all but one, which I saved for this morning.
Oh, you're the curious type. Say, how long you been in the Navy?
Well, a little more than a year, I reckon.
Say, tell me, did you ever get hit by a big wave?
No, I only go out with wax.
That's right, brother, that's all. That was Robert Christian, yeoman second class, with a first-class answer. Who's next, Captain Baruch?
Sergeant, it's time to leave the sidewalks of North Africa for a little tete-a-tete with that yank about town, Sergeant Dick Bruner. Well, Dick, what's new along the rule?
Greetings, everyone. This is your Stars and Stripes yank about town. From Casablanca to Tunis and from the Casbah to Rue Michelet in Algiers, Christmas arrived early in North Africa. This was due to the thousands of Christmas packages that arrived over here from the States and were opened way ahead of schedule. Another item that brought on an early holiday season was the number of parties and benefits tossed by the Yanks for needy French children. Practically every unit over here had saved its PX rations and even candy received from home to bring a bit of sunshine into the hearts of some small girl or boy. And all over town, gaily decorated Christmas trees made their appearance. One local ordnance unit has a tree with tinsel cut from the propeller of a Yonkers 88. A publications office has decorated its tree with packages and cards labeled from Mom, Pop, and Sis. WAC P5 Arnett Staniland of Wilmington, North Carolina, spent her day off this week by decorating her office tree with lifesaver wrappers for color, cigarette package cellophane for tinsel, and mattress covers for a snow base. All day today, American soldiers, both male and female, were spotted strolling along Rue Michelet, where most of the finer stores are located, window shopping, just like they used to do on Fifth Avenue in New York City and Chestnut Street in Philly. Also in town for the holidays are baseball star Lefty Gomez, former world heavyweight boxing champ Jack Sharkey, PGA lad Fred Kokorin, and film star and Army Lieutenant John Cow. Incidentally, one of the most popular Christmas presents received over here were yo-yos, which must have been the Bob Hope influence. 3 lads we know of who received yo-yos are Staff Sergeant Heyman of New York City, Sergeant Russell Woodward of Kansas City, and Private Elliot Full of Chicago. It's been quite a festive week. And to top off the holiday season, the all-soldier wax show Swing Sister Wax Swing will open at the Opera House on January the 3rd. This is your Stars and Stripes yank about town, Sergeant Dick Bruner saying, Merry Christmas to all of you over there, from all of us over here, and returning you to the sidewalks of North Africa and the real McCoy.
Thank you, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a Merry Christmas to you all. It's Town Hall tonight.
Listen, Fred, you're in the wrong shed. Who's next, Captain Baruch?
A wisp of a whack, and she's pretty as a picture.
Oh, she's got a nice frame, too. What's your name, dear, and where do you come from?
Corporal Peggy Reynolds, and I was born in Albridge, Vermont.
And what did you get in your stocking for Christmas?
I got him.
Oh, that's interesting. What are you going to do with him?
I'm going to marry him on New Year's Eve.
Well, introduce me.
Oh, here's that I love him soldier of mine, Corporal Bill Patterson.
Well, congratulations, Bill. Say, Bill, this is an educational program, you know. Tell me, what's it like to be in the love?
I don't know. It's awful hard to explain. It's just something that breaks out all over you all of a sudden.
All of a sudden. Say, what about the honeymoon?
We're going to have a 7-day honeymoon.
Well, that's fine. Where did boy meet girl?
Right here in Algiers, in the museum.
In the wax museum?
Well, no, not exactly.
Bill, tell me, where did you propose?
In the very spot where I met her, on the bench in the museum.
I can see you waxed eloquent. By the way, Bill, where do you come from in the States?
Des Moines, Iowa. Now, look, you live in Des Moines, in Iowa. Peggy lives in Vermont. Where are you going to live after the war?
We're going to settle down in the quaint old homestead in New York City.
Why is everybody so happy? What's the cause of all the mirth? Next thing you know, they'll be saying Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you. Hey, listen, brother, what's going on here? I know you're not Boyer or Allen or Sparks. Who are you?
I'm Private Sadsack.
Well, you'll be a sad-sack, brother, if you don't tell me quick. Now, look, the MPs are coming around the corner. What's your name?
Well, seeing you put it that way, Sarge, it's Staff Sergeant Danny Webb. I come from Hollywood, California.
Well, what did you get for Christmas?
Quite a lot of things, but the best of all were the laughs from the GIs I've been entertaining overseas for the last year.
Well, thanks a lot, Sergeant Danny Webb. And who's next, Captain Baruch?
Well, here's a soldier who's got more stripes on his arm than a zebra. Looks like a fugitive from the El Morocco Club. But he got his stripes the hard way in the real Morocco. His name is Master Sergeant Irving Levinson, and he hails from Stamford, Connecticut.
Well, step up, Sarge. How are you? What did you get for Christmas?
I got $1,000 from Uncle Sam. I won it in a war bond raffle.
Well, congratulations. And what are you going to do with it?
What a honeymoon me and the girlfriend are going to have.
Hey, did Santa Claus give you anything special?
Sure thing. My sister sent me a box of dehydrated boars.
Dehydrated boars. Are you going to say that for your honeymoon, too? Never mind, brother. It's been a pleasure. And so the hourglass runs low, and as the midnight sun sinks over the can of dehydrated boars, we say farewell to the picturesque sidewalks of North Africa.
Hey, Johnny, you like to buy fine rug from Wells Fair? Only $2.50 francs.
Imshi, Mohammed, Imshi.
Thank you, Sergeant. You have been listening to the Sidewalks of North Africa, featuring the interviews of Sergeant George the Real McCoy and the news and views of that yank about town, Sergeant Dick Bruner. And so, this is Captain Andre Baruch, wishing you a happy holiday on behalf of your sons and daughters overseas, who, though far from home this Christmas, know that they have a job to do so that someday all the world may truly know the meaning of Merry Christmas. And now to Robert St. John in New York.
If on this Christmas day you had the right to one great wish, what would it be?
It would be 2 wishes in one, the second dependent upon the first. I would wish that there could be peace on earth. I would wish that all who are separated this day because of the war could be reunited.
Christmas Reunion.
This is Robert St. John, and this is a program called Christmas Reunion, brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company. It's going to be a long program because we've got many places to go, all around the world, as a matter of fact, bringing us civilians to our men in arms, and our men in arms to us civilians. There'll be professional entertainment from Hollywood and New York. There'll be GI entertainment from Chongqing in Miami, from Guadalcanal in Iceland. We wish we could make a wish come true. Doing the next best, we are grateful to be able to present NBC's Christmas Reunion. In London, England, just 100 years ago, a new story was heard for the first time. It was Charles Dickens' deathless work, A Christmas Carol. The crippled hero, Tiny Tim, cried, "God bless us, everyone." Well, God bless us, everyone, in this Christmas reunion with London, England.
captivity, a few feet from the spot where Jesus Christ was born. Night has long since fallen, but for the first time since the war began, lights twinkle round about among the Judean hills. The blackout has been lifted for Christmas. I have seen the golden splendor of the sacred shrines, the grotto visited by the wise men of the East. But just now I'm looking out on a church full of men and women who are your sons, your brothers, your husbands, your sisters and daughters. The choir you hear is an American Army choir, organized and led by Army chaplains. The organist who is playing now is an American soldier. The rest, the officers and men, Red Cross girls and nurses, have come to the Holy Land to spend Christmas as guests of the American Red Cross. They are now taking part in this program which joins across so many miles our soldiers overseas here at the birthplace of our Savior, with you, the loved ones to whom their hearts turn as you sit beside the many firesides in our own great nation. For here in Bethlehem today is born anew the hope of peace and the things of peace. For this is Christmas.
I think they will, Sergeant. It's being broadcast. I hope so anyway. I hope so, too. That song is my mother's favorite carol, and I sure hope she heard it. My mother and Dad always liked that one, too. I can remember one Christmas I was driving home just on Christmas Eve. The house and lawn and tree and everything had snow on them. It was cold and sort of bright. I just swung the car into the drive when I heard the family singing, and that's what it was. I could just hear it across the snow. My family used to sing carols, too. I guess most Americans do. But I don't think I ever appreciated them as much as I do now. No, this is something not many of us get to do. This is really where Christmas comes from. I think I realized that when they showed me the red and yellow globes, just like the ones we hang on trees at home. But these are the ones that hang over the ancient church place, and they mean that Christ is the light of the world. The candles in the altars made me think of the ones that we used to put in our windows at home. They do, but sometimes I can hardly believe I've come from America ever. It seems like I'm two persons. One just an ordinary American guy, and the other somebody who lives in a different world. These soldiers here in this dim light, with candles and all, might as well be crusaders, and I one of them. The quiet of the church and organ and all, time doesn't seem to mean much here, or wars. Why, Sir Launcelot were to walk through that door right now, I wouldn't be surprised. I have sort of a strange feeling, too. Sort of looked it up, I guess. And I don't feel like I'd ever seen Nebraska or New York. Yet, I keep thinking of home, too. Just like you said, Lieutenant, as if I was two guys. You know, Sergeant, there's something about a church like this. You see the American uniforms here now, and the choir looks GI enough. And yet I keep thinking there are a lot of other people here, all the millions of people who have come to see where Christ was born, and stayed in the church and thought the same things we are thinking. Maybe it's a silence now in between the music. Dear, even when you talk, it's silent. Maybe we're not the only ones talking. Maybe we're not the only ones singing. I don't know, really. That's the way it went. She had the sweetest voice, and her eyes were moist and bright. Sorry, Sergeant. I forgot where I was. We're talking in church, aren't we? Guess we'd better shut up and listen.
behalf of the men and women serving with the United States Army Forces in the Middle East, we present our commanding general, Major General Ralph Royce.
I have never felt my responsibilities as a commanding general so deeply as tonight, because I am speaking for my men. I know that every one of them would like to be here in my place, telling you how much he misses you, how much he is thinking of home as the Christmas tide rolls by. For them, I wish you, each one of you, a full measure of Christmas joy, and with them found the hope of reunion with you before again we have the opportunity to say Merry Christmas.
God bless you all, and a Merry Christmas from Bethlehem.
And now, Mrs. Van Kutren, if you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. St. John. But I think you've done just about enough, and I ought to be able to do a little something for myself.
Well, all right, then.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Emma Van Kutren. This is a very wonderful Christmas reunion for me, because the National Broadcasting Company has made it possible for me to speak with a few of my 10 children now in the services of their government. They've put their engineers and all facilities practically at my command. And believe me, I'm not going to be bashful. First, I'm going to call a daughter of mine a dean. A dean is a private first class of the Women's Army Corps stationed at Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa. A dean, it's going to be a grand thrill if I can hear your voice. Can you hear me, Dean Van Kutren, in North Africa?
I can hear you perfectly. Where are you, Mom? Mom, are you there?
Yes. I'm in New York, Dean.
In Radio City?
Yes. Right here in Radio City. That's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, of course it is. What I mean, would you have ever thought we'd be talking to each other on Christmas Day, Dean?
It's the same answer. I think it's wonderful. Mom, are you still working at Lansing's Pound and Dime?
Oh, harder than ever, but it's lots of fun, Dean. I made most of the Christmas decorations for the entire store this year. But, Dean, how are you? And how are you feeling?
I've been feeling fine, Mom. What do you have from Helen?
Oh, she's still stationed at Conway, Arkansas. And I'm going to talk to her in a few minutes, too.
Oh, wish her Merry Christmas and say thanks for everything and ask her when she's coming over.
Well, Dean, if she had her way, she'd be over there with you right now.
I know that. How are the boys?
Well, there's some time to talk about all of them, honey. But they're well. I've got to say goodbye now.
All right, Mom. Please write soon.
I will, Dean. All my love, and give my regards to the Sphinx. Now, another daughter of mine is Private Helen Van Kutren of the Women's Army Corps. She's stationed at the WAC Administration School in Conway, Arkansas. And I hope she's waiting in Little Rock now and able to talk with me. Are you ready, Helen?
You bet I am. Hello, Mom.
Oh, that's grand, Helen. How are you?
Oh, I couldn't be better, honest to goodness, Mom.
Oh, I know it. I can tell by the look on that picture that you sent me that you're happy and contented.
Doesn't it look 100%?
Oh, it does. It's just grand. And I want you to know, Helen, I'm not alone today. I have a reader with me.
Oh, Mom, isn't that wonderful?
It is. It's just grand, Helen.
You tell her she's the luckiest one of the whole 10.
Oh, well, all right. We're happy and contented, and I'm glad you are.
Oh,
so,
it's just been grand, Mom.
All right, Helen, goodbye now. And
Good
maybe
luck,
next
Mom.
year
I love you.
I know you do. We'll have a real Christmas next year.
Thank you, Mom.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Ever hear of an aguinaldo? Well, it's a Puerto Rican festival song, and some of our soldiers in San Juan have formed their own aguinaldo groups, especially for NBC's Christmas reunion. Let's hear what a GI aguinaldo sounds like. San Juan, Puerto Rico.
This is San Juan, Puerto Rico. For music, a traditional native aguinaldo. Here in the Caribbean on this Christmas Day, Puerto Rican boys whose language and customs derive from old Spain stand shoulder to shoulder with English-speaking lads from the mainland in defense of America's shores. In their camps today, these Puerto Rican boys sing their own Christmas carols, their aguinaldos, perhaps the oldest Christmas music of the New World. The Spanish word aguinaldo means Christmas present. The songs are the beloved melodies handed down from generation to generation and sung from time immemorial by strolling native musicians in quest of gifts. Listen now as Corporal Manuel Taronjit, to the accompaniment of native guitars, cuatros, and guicharos of soldier musicians from Fort Buchanan, sings Puerto Rico's own song of Christmas, El Aguinaldo de Navidad.
Ya sale la aurora entre las dos luces, desterrando sombras y negros capuces. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tienes que orar. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tiene que orar. Camina la Virgen con José su esposo, pues se acerca el tiempo del parto precioso. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tiene que orar. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tiene que orar. De su casa sale la Virgen María, por orden del cielo a Belén camina. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tiene que orar. Oh, brillante estrella que anuncia la aurora, no nos falte nunca tu luz tiene que orar.
And so you have heard from Puerto Rico, her soldiers, and her age-old music of the Christmas season. This is Herwood Hull Jr. in Puerto Rico, returning you now to Robert St. John in New York.
Cheek to cheek? No, feet to feet. And I'm not fooling unless atmospheric conditions upset our plans, for this is what we now propose to do. A soldier is standing at a microphone in Algiers in North Africa, and he's waiting to talk to another soldier at a microphone in Guadalcanal in the South Pacific Ocean. They're at exactly opposite points on the Earth's surface, or nearly so. So far as either one is concerned, the other is upside down, soul to soul, with only the whole wide world in between. Now, that's what I call a Christmas reunion. Come in, Algiers and Guadalcanal, feet to feet.
This is Algiers, North Africa. Private Paul Kearney calling Guadalcanal.
This is Guadalcanal from the Solomon Islands of the South Pacific Ocean. Technical Sergeant Theodore Carter of Army Airways Communications speaking. speaking. Answering Algiers.
While standing on your head, as Bob St. John just said.
Well, that's the old school days wonder. Anybody back home who wants to take a globe and locate you in Algiers and me here in Guadalcanal can see that it's true.
Find it hard to talk in that position?
Now, Algiers, you know perfectly well that I'm perfectly right side up in my own surroundings.
Of course, that's true, Guadalcanal. We're standing, however, at almost exactly opposite points on the face of this earth. It's kind of funny to think about it. Merry Christmas, feet to feet.
Yeah, like a couple of acrobats. Anyway, Algiers, you are a little late with your Christmas wishes. To me, except in spirit. Down here on Guadalcanal, it's almost 6:30 in the morning. On December 26th, it's still Christmas Day for you, isn't it?
Yes, here in Algiers, it's nearly 8:30 in the evening of December 26th. So there's still plenty of Christmas remaining in North Africa as we sit here looking out at the snow.
Snow? What do you mean, snow? You haven't any more snow upstairs than we've got down here on Guadalcanal.
Listen, soldier, we both dream, can't we?
Matter of fact, Guadalcanal, it's after Reveille.
Oh, and good morning, Guadalcanal.
Good night, Algiers, and Merry Christmas.
We pause for station identification. Remember the cardboard boxes you mailed a couple of months ago? Little cardboard boxes containing little things because Uncle Sam said there wouldn't be room or time for big boxes? Well, those boxes were Christmas to a lot of our boys and girls today, and their size didn't matter because of the unseen things you put into them. All of the love and devotion, all of the faith and hope in the world. In case you haven't heard from the one to whom you sent your cardboard box, this is to say to you that yours got there safely. The United States Navy guarded it every nautical mile along the way. And now we're off to Italy for a Christmas reunion, a real family reunion, too, as you'll see. You've been hearing about these family reunions in Italy. What we're about to hear is just such a family reunion. It happened in Naples, Italy.
Tanto ci ascolterà. E poi, anche se lo facesse, pensi che andrà agli Stati Uniti è il mio orto. Non preoccuparti, mamma. Poi mi ha detto che il signor Luanda, che nella papa di Franceschi, vi ascoltava la radio oggi al pomeriggio.
Sì, credo che siamo quasi pronti. Prego. Grazie. Here in Naples, it is 8:30 Christmas night. Most of the men of the armed services in Italy have had their Christmas dinners and are sitting around talking about the dinners they have known back home when they were with their families. A few lucky soldiers with relatives in Italy have had their Christmas dinners a bit more homelike. One of these lucky soldiers is Anthony Bolano, who lives at 141 Hobson Street, Newark, New Jersey. And he, like anyone named Anthony, is known as Tony. I envy you, Tony, being with members of your family on Christmas Day.
I got a big kick out of being with my aunt, my cousin, and her husband. But it's not like being back home with my father and mother. Naples was never like Newark and never will be. I had a darn good dinner. Sì, Nicolino, che vuoi che la cosa vuoi utilizzare per il dessert? Vuoi diritto una cosa di sangue maiale?
Che non è una cosa che ne sai. Ci siamo sanguinaccio. È la prima volta che lo abbiamo dopo 4 anni. È fatto con cioccolato, frutta candita, latte e sangue di maiale. Qui è una ricettatezza. E noi non lo proviamo da 4 anni. Sai, non trovo che era buono.
What was this about horse blood?
I asked her what the dessert was she had for dinner. It's called sanguinaccio, and it's made of chocolate, chopped dried fruit, milk, and pork blood. It's a real delicacy over here, and they haven't had it in 4 years. I didn't care much for it myself. I kept thinking of the pork blood.
Yes, I can see your point. Kind of a mind-over-matter proposition, I think. Just how much pork blood do you use in this concoction, and why?
Signor Howard, was avere quando sangue utilizzare un dessert, e perché ho utilizzato?
Io ci metto poche cose, come il 15%. E poi si capisce che abbiano più consistenza. No, mamma, io ci ho messo il 10%.
Avreste potuto fare anche meno cioccolato e farlo durare di più.
Ma Carlo, non avevamo abbastanza farina per fare il dolce. E poi, però, Tony oggi, ed è stato fatto in suo onore. Perché è tutto sanguinaccio, Tony?
Sì, he era molto buono. There was a bit of an argument as to how much blood they used. The final division is 10%. My aunt says it makes the chocolate rich and creamy.
Well, I can see that Carl's a little bit anxious about using up all the chocolate. Doesn't he like this so-called delicacy?
Yes, Carl likes it all right, but he thinks my aunt should have made the chocolate last longer. It was given to them by some soldiers who were business nearby. We've been decided to go chocolate, Mary.
Quasi tutto. Perché non invitiamo il signore a casa per fargli assaggiare il sanguinato? Io sono sicuro che gli piacerà.
Sì, invitalo. Sono sicuro che non ha mai mangiato una cosa simile. Gli deve piacere, anche se gli americani preferiscono il cioccolato in altro modo.
Yeah, I've asked you to have some sanguinaccio. Carlos says he doesn't think you've had the taste of it.
Well, Carlos is correct in that assumption. But let's get off the subject. What else did you have for Christmas dinner? Did you have spaghetti?
Che dice? Che vuole provare il sanguinato? E come?
Sì, I think they will brulat. I told my aunt you would be glad to try some sanguinaccio.
You did? Well, later perhaps. But what about the rest of the menu? How do we get away from sanguinaccio?
We started off with Christmas dinner, lamb pasta, then we had ravioli.
Tommy, ci sono i ravioli a New York? Certamente che ci saranno i ravioli a New York, non è vero, Tommy?
Sì, abbiamo assai ravioli all'America.
Tony, your cousin seems a bit worried as to whether or not we have ravioli in the States. She must have wanted to come to America after the war.
Yes, well, she and her husband want to get to the States when the war is over. It seems to me that every Italian I've met immediately wants to go to the United States when the war is over.
Io mi piango tutto il cioccolato che se n'è andato per quel sanguinaccio.
Carl is still worrying about the chocolate and sanguinaccio. He wanted a cake. I go for a chocolate cake myself. I wonder if my aunt ever makes cakes. Sì, Nicolini, di fatto mai il dolce.
E come, Tony? Dolce buono assai, come tutto voi in America, very good. Ma adesso è tempo di guerra, la farina è stanca. Ma dopo la guerra, quando ritorna, ti farò mangiare dolce, sa? Come quello che ti sei mamma tua.
My aunt says she doesn't have enough flour for pastry. But she says that if I ever come back after the war, she'll bake me a cake like my mother makes. Brother, when this war is over, I'm going home and let my mother cake my cakes.
We return you now to Robert St. John in New York.
A lot of guys were wrong. A lot of guys were wrong when they looked at one another a couple of years ago and said, "Women soldiers, what a laugh, what a laugh." Well, you can smile a crooked smile today, gentlemen, for the whack is a soldier, too, and she who laughs last laughs best. Only the girls aren't wasting any time on last laughs. No, gentlemen, the Women's Army Corps is too busy. You'll find them here and you'll find them overseas on the job. We find the WACs today down in Chattanooga, Tennessee at Fort Oglethorpe. There's a WAC choir waiting for us down there, a choir which insists vocally and correctly that the WAC is a soldier too. From Palestine, halfway around the earth, a small dot in the vast Pacific Ocean is Honolulu in the Hawaiian Islands. Now, Honolulu is just about as far to the far west as we can go without being east of ourselves again, which perhaps is sufficient reason why there should be an orchestra out there called Mickey Walker's Mustangs. Well, we don't happen to know the outfit, but we do know that Claude Thornhill is featured at the piano. So here's to a Christmas reunion with Mickey Walker's Mustangs in Honolulu.
Here's a Merry Christmas to the rest of the world from the Navy in Hawaii. On December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor took it from the Japs. Now Pearl Harbor is dishing it out and plenty. It's the Navy's way of making Christmas worth living for and America worth fighting for. Ask the Japs, they know. Now in a musical greeting, Chief Musician Mickey Walker and his Mustangs play for you with meaning, Lady Be Good. Claude Thornhill's at the piano.
picture, the ladies of the United States Coast Guard are not to be framed in neglect. Yes, I mean the spars. And up from New Orleans comes the voice of Yeoman Tony Bargetts to prove it. Yeoman Bargetts used to be with Bob Crosby's orchestra, and today she's holding up the honor of the spars with a song of her own selection, Sand in My Shoes. All right, Yeoman Tony Bargetts in New Orleans.
Sand in my shoes, sand from Havana, calling me back to that ever so heavenly shore, calling me back to you once more. Dreams in the night, dreams of Havana, dreams of a love I haven't the strength to refuse. Darling, the sand is in my shoes. Deep in my veins, the sinuous strains of the soft guitars. Deep in my soul, the thundering roll of a tropic sea. Under the that was Havana. You are the moonlit memory I can't seem to lose. That's why my life's an aimless cruise. All that is real is the feel of the sand in my shoes. Deep in my veins, the sinuous strains of the soft guitar. Deep in my soul, the thundering roll of a tropic sea. Under the stars, that was Havana. You are the moonlit memory I can't seem to lose. That's why my life an aimless cruise. All that is real is the feel of the sand in my shoes.
And now back to Robert St. John in New York.
Washington in the District of Columbia. It's the capital of this nation. And these days, in many respects, it's the capital of the whole wide world. In Washington, even more than on the actual battlefronts, perhaps, it has to be business as usual on this Christmas Day. I think you'll be proud to know why. Let Washington, D.C. tell you why.
This is the War Department Signal Center, somewhere in Washington. Control station in the vast network of wire and radio circuits operated by the Army Signal Corps. We're in the operating room, which is roughly the size of a football field and looks like a cross between a factory and the master control room of a radio station. And that jumbled sound you hear comes from teleprinter machines sending and receiving messages from installations all over this country and a bank of machines handling radio messages from overseas, wherever our men are working and fighting. Here's Captain Sparks, officer in charge. Captain Sparks, this is a pretty busy place for Christmas Day.
Christmas is just another day as far as our operation is concerned. The Signal Center never closes. More than 4 million words, very important words, pass through here every day. It's nearly all Army business, although we handle messages for the State Department and other government agencies.
I found it pretty hard to get in here, Captain. This must be considered a rather important place.
You'll find it just as hard to get out. Yes, it is important, because this is the nerve center of Army's communication system. If we stopped working here for a minute, somewhere a tank wouldn't run, a plane couldn't fly, a lot of important things might not happen. We can't stop working because there are no holidays when you are carrying a gun. So these machines must be manned every minute and continue to pound out their messages.
Oh, incidentally, I noticed that a lot of these machines in the radio section have a paper tape running through them. Looks something like a stock ticker. Are those radio messages?
Yes, it works this way. An operator at a machine in, let's say, Cairo, punches out a tape message. This tape is run through another machine, which sends out electrical impulses based on the perforations in the tape. The signals are picked up here on another machine, which reproduces a tape just like the original one. The tape is then translated into letters. By using tape, we reduce the possibility of human error and increase the speed of transmission.
Well, say, that machine there seems to have gone haywire. I can't make any sense out of those words.
No, it hasn't. That message is in code, as are a great many of our messages.
Where is this machine receiving from?
This is from Cairo.
And this one?
Panama. And that one over there is from Algiers, and this one from London.
Well, I noticed that all these machines are in use, except those 3 on the end there. What are they, spares?
Well, no, not exactly. We hope to be using those very soon. Read the signs on them.
I get it. Reserved. Rome, Berlin, Tokyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, a little less than half an hour ago, you heard Mrs. Emma Van Kootren, with 10 children in the armed services, talking with a daughter in North Africa and another in Arkansas, both in the Women's Army Corps. Well, we thought it was such a good idea that we'd let Mrs. Van Kootren carry on, this time talking with 3 of her sons. Are you ready, Mrs. Van Kootren?
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. St. John, and thank you.
All right, then, first to Victor Van Kootren. Victor is a seaman second class, and he's stationed at the Naval Reserve Aviation Base at Lambert Field, St. Louis. Victor, if you're ready there in St. Louis, speak up.
Here I am.
Well, hello, Victor. My
How you
goodness. Oh, I'm fine.
That's swell.
You sound like Red Skelton when he says, hello, Bob. You're no baby anymore.
I don't know about that.
No. Well, how are you, son?
I'm just fine, Mom. How are you?
Well, that's good. Well, I never felt better, and I'm so happy today that I can speak to some of you.
That's really swell, isn't it?
Well, write to me now real soon, son.
I will, ma'am.
All right?
God bless you. I love you.
Oh, I know you do. Take care of yourself, and I'm praying that we'll all be together soon someday.
That's for sure, ma'am.
Okie doke.
Well, where now, Mrs. Van Kootren?
Well, now I'd like to talk to Joseph. He's an electrician's mate, first class, stationed at Naval's operating base in San Pedro, California. Can you hear me, Joseph?
Hello, Mom.
Oh, hello there, way down in California.
Merry Christmas to you.
Well, thank you, son. The same to you. Did the stork beat Santa Claus?
Yes, he did.
Oh, he did? Oh, well, what have you?
Another little boy.
Oh, that's swell. The Navy needs him, you know.
Well.
And how's Alma?
Fine, Mom.
Oh, that's fine. Well, give her my love.
I sure will.
And if you see Mickey Rooney down there, give him my love, too, will you?
And now to Kansas City, eh?
Well, that's wonderful. My Thomas is there in the cavalry. Hello, Thomas in Kansas City. How are you?
Merry Christmas, sweetheart.
Oh, my, that sounds good. That sounds good.
How are you, Mom?
I'm fine, and how are you?
Wonderful. I never felt better.
Oh, that's grand. And our congratulations in order?
Well, I hope so.
Oh, that's grand. I'm glad. And how is Ginger?
I'll be catching a train out of here in about an hour and give her my personal Christmas greeting.
Well, that's fine. And give her mine, too, son.
I'll do that, Mom. You sure you're all right?
I'm swell. I'm just
don't forget
fine.
we've made a date, and we don't intend to stand you up, Mom.
Oh, that's swell, thanks.
That's open 44. We can fill it.
Take
How
care.
about that?
All right. Take care of yourself, son.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Emma Van Kootren, mother of 10, all in the service of their country. These days, when we think of the United States Marine Corps, we think of Guadalcanal or Tulawa. But the Marines have always been a fighting bunch, as the record clearly shows. Out in San Diego, California right now, there's a band standing by, waiting to remind us of the record with the Fighting Marine Corps hymn. Let's hear it, San Diego.
The
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an American outpost in Iceland, that little island whose northern tip just grazes the Arctic Circle. Iceland lies far to the north, in the cold Atlantic, where Greenland and Norway meet. Its civilization is very old, and it claims, as you know, the oldest parliamentary form of government in the whole world. Iceland has a language of its own, and medieval music of its own. And it's to hear some of that folk music, that medieval music, sung by our own soldiers, that we take you in just a few seconds for a Christmas reunion in far-off Reykjavik, Iceland.
Hello, New York. This is Reykjavik, Iceland. The date is December 25th. The time is 6:53. We bring you now a chorus of American Army and the Navy personnel of Icelandic descent, singing two traditional Icelandic holiday songs from the Middle Ages. The chorus is under the direction of Sergeant Ragnar H. Ragnar of Mountain, North Dakota. The songs are Víst ertu Jesus, hungur klár, and Góða veislu gjöra skal. Reykjavik, Iceland, returning you now to Robert St. John in New York.
Here at NBC, we are doing the best we know how to bring the boys home for Christmas in a program we call Christmas Reunion. We hope you've enjoyed what you've heard during the past 2 hours. In the hour just ahead, there are many more exciting things to come, and I'll tell you a little about them immediately after station identification. And this is Robert St. John. And our Christmas reunion continues now with visits to Hollywood and Stockholm. The next hour will bring you a wounded soldier fighting his way to recovery in order to get back and fight. Some original music written by American prisoners of war, and a brief performance by the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Dr. Leopold Stokowski. But now, continuing our Christmas reunion program from New York, we bring you a story by the lady who made the wish.
I would like you to imagine that I am Martha Summers, a British newspaper woman visiting this country. She has a story to tell you, and this is how it goes. It was a Saturday afternoon at the Savoy in London. I had come down from Manchester to do a piece on General Borden, now in supreme command of the British forces in a certain area. The young American staff sergeant first caught my attention as we entered the cocktail lounge, perhaps because he was alone. The only other chair at his table held his carefully placed overcoat and cap, and because it happened to be in the way as we seated ourselves, our waiter quickly and silently moved that chair to the other side of the American sergeant's table. I noticed that he had finished his lonely snack and was sipping a brandy. And then my thoughts returned to my own party. There were 6 of us, 3 subalterns, oh, so anxious to please the great man to whom they had been assigned as junior staff officers. A major, not quite so obvious in his anxiety, and the great General Borden himself, terrifyingly impressive in his Bond Street uniform and heavy gold braid. But the general would have been equally impressive in coveralls, I thought to myself as we ordered cocktails. There was a calculating hardness about those handsome blue eyes which told you things instantly about the brain behind them. It would be logical in the face of any storm. It would be reasonable, and always completely unaffected by emotion of any sort. This was the man who would certainly become the world's greatest modern military leader. This was the man I had been sent down to London to interview. Truly a man of steel. We talked at some length until I had completed my notes. Then the conversation took a more casual tone. Only then did I become conscious of the music. Only then did I again become aware of the American staff sergeant, whose silver wings I could see now as he had turned a little to listen. The pianist was playing something of George Gershwin's, whom I had always admired. And as I, too, listened, I watched the young American's face. He stared straight before him, his mind called home, perhaps, by the sound of a familiar melody. The song was ended, and the American stood up, placing a few coins on the table. Then he turned and reached down to where his overcoat and cap had been before we arrived. He groped. Then again, and almost fell. Surely, I thought, the boy can see that the chair has been... And suddenly, I knew that he was blind. So did everyone else in that room, and they watched him curiously, not without sympathy, but with that strange coldness which is common to a crowd, always waiting for someone else to do something. He groped again, and I thought, good heavens, where is the waiter? I looked sharply at one of the young subalterns, and the glance he threw back at me seemed to say, "Dignity, please. We must preserve our dignity." But the great general had seen that glance, and, half turning, he took in the meaning of the scene in a moment. He got up quickly and walked around the American's table to the extra chair, picked up the boy's things, and returned to his side as we stared unbelieving. "Your coat, sir." He helped the boy into the heavy garment with all the deft sureness of the perfectly trained gentleman's gentleman. "Your cap, sir." The general pressed it into the blind American's grasp. A pause, and then, "Your stick, sir." As the American took his cane, he fumbled for something in his overcoat pocket. He pressed a coin into General Borden's hand. The great man's bow was more for the occasion than for the boy who could not see him. But only we at that table were near enough to catch his words, which were meant only for the young American. The general said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir." Then my eyes filled, and I could see no better than the boy, who had been so kindly and humbly served by the man of steel.
Out there, skillful American Army surgeons have picked some 15 pieces of steel out of his body since last fall. He is Corporal Andrew Ruskansky, who beat death to the punch and got home in time to marry his best girl so that both of them could have Christmas dinner with the family. Corporal Ruskansky is waiting for us at Halloran General Hospital.
We are speaking to you from Halloran General Hospital in Willowbrook, Staten Island, New York. Just to make Bob St. John's introduction a little more complete, Corporal Andrew Ruskansky, seated beside me here, is a fine-looking young man, 22 years old. That right, Corporal?
The age is correct, Mr. Sherry.
I thought the girls might be interested in further description.
Trouble with that is that I'm only interested in one girl, and that's my wife, Frances.
Okay, enough of description then. And if you don't mind, Corporal Ruskansky, I'm going to let you do most of the talking in order to keep the ball rolling. Suppose you start by telling us the why, the when, and where of things.
Well, I signed up with the United States Army Air Forces in Newark, New Jersey on December 12th, 1941. That was 5 days after Pearl Harbor, so now you know why I joined.
I get it.
I was to be an airplane mechanic. I took my basic and other schooling at Keesler Field, Mississippi, and for further training, I was sent out to Burbank, California. I went to England in June 1942 to join my outfit, a fighter group, and we landed in Africa with the invasion forces on November 8th.
Under fire, were you?
No, Bob, not that time. The Rangers had already cleared the beaches.
Well, then what happened, Corporal Ruskansky?
Well, we were all through the Tunisian campaign, and narrowly missed getting caught during that famous retreat through the Kasserine Pass. We were providing air cover for our troops, remember? So we were the last out.
But I should think with planes to take it...
We're mechanics. See, strictly ground crew. We don't fly. When we have to get out, we get out on the ground.
I see. Now, Bob St. John, in mentioning your injuries, said that the surgeons had removed some 15 pieces of shell fragment from your body, Corporal.
That's approximately correct, although I think I still have one piece with me. That's one of the reasons why I'm still here at Halloran General Hospital.
And one of the reasons why I'm here is to ask you to tell us about it. Do you mind?
Well, I don't mind talking about it. It was a day I'll never forget.
I guess not. Well, how did it happen?
Well, with 3 other fellows, I'm the crew chief, we were out on a line servicing our plane. It was 6:30 on the morning of June 7th, 1943, and our fighter group was getting ready to take off on a mission. Off to one side of the field there was a cliff, and we heard the roar of the Messerschmitt squadron just as it came over the rise. We hit the ground fast.
But they got you anyway.
No, sir, it didn't happen then. The Messerschmitts weren't after us especially. They bombed and strafed the field, and we stayed put. And then they came back for a second run and headed home.
And then what?
Well, my crew, all of us, got up and dusted ourselves off, making the kind of jokes we usually make after a little excitement like that. Our plane was all revved up and ready for its job, so I started off across the field to get some breakfast. I got a few feet away from my crew when 3 Focke-Wulfs came in low over the rise. I twisted to look at one of them so close to the ground that the pilot and I were staring at each other for a split second. I remember thinking when he grinned at me that he had a nice set of teeth. But he had something else. He had a 50-pound fragmentation bomb, and he let go as he went by. His 2 mates did the same, and so far as I'm concerned, that was it.
Plus 6 months in hospitals in Africa and here. Now tell us, Corporal Ruskansky, you'll be able to leave Halloran General Hospital pretty soon, won't you?
I don't know how soon, Mr. Cherry. The doctors still have designs on the nerve of my leg.
And after that?
It's up to Uncle Sam, and I notice our time's almost up. Would it be all right if I send a greeting to my old outfit? They're in Italy now.
It wouldn't make much difference where they are, because this is a worldwide network. Go ahead, Corporal. It's on the house.
Merry Christmas, gang. Keep 'em flying. I hope to see you back soon.
From Halloran General Hospital, we return you to Robert St. John in our New York studios.
California, here I come, and my time is your time. Couldn't be advance musical notice for anyone but Lieutenant Rudy Valley, who is waiting for us with the United States Coast Guard Band in Hollywood.
song that never ends. Life may be swift and fleeting, hope may die, yet love's beautiful music comes each day like the dawn. Love is a song that never ends, one simple theme repeating, like the voice of a heavenly choir. Love's sweet music flows on.
following the prelude to Humperdinck's opera Hansel and Gretel, Mr. Stokowski and the NBC Symphony Orchestra are heard playing the Shepherd's music from the Christmas Oratorio of Bach.
took in the meaning of the scene in a moment. He got up quickly and walked around the American's table to the extra chair, picked up the boy's things, and returned to his side as we stared unbelieving. "Your coat, sir." He helped the boy into the heavy garment with all the deft sureness of the perfectly trained gentleman's gentleman. "Your cap, sir." The general pressed it into the blind American's grasp. A pause, and then, "Your stick, sir." As the American took his cane, he fumbled for something in his overcoat pocket. He pressed a coin into General Borden's hand. The great man's bow was more for the occasion than for the boy who could not see him, but only we at that table were near enough to catch his words, which were meant only for the young American. The general said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir." Then my eyes filled, and I could see no better than the boy, who had been so kindly and humbly served by the man of steel.
We know one soldier who's having a real Christmas reunion this year. He's out at Halron General Hospital in Willowbrook, Staten Island.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City, the National Broadcasting Company is privileged to bring you a portion of the annual program of Christmas carols as they are sung by the choir and congregation of this great metropolitan church. In just a moment, we will have one of the most beautiful of the traditional carols, the First Noel. Welcome be thou, heavenly King. Welcome, born one glad morning. Welcome, for whom we shall sing. And here is another from the ancient treasury of Christmas songs, Welcome Yule. The choir and the congregation of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City join in a carol that was born in France, The Sleep of the Child Jesus.
Oh
Snowbound mountains, snowbound valleys, snowbound plateaus clad in white, fur-robed mujiks, fur-robed nobles, fur-robed children see the light. And thus begins the favorite of all the Christmas carols sung in White Russia, the Carol of the Russian Children. The Carol of the Russian Children. Our program of Christmas carols from the Cathedral of St. John continues with another old favorite, Lo, How a Rose Are Blowing. Now we hear the choir and congregation of St. John the Divine as they sing an old Alsatian carol, Sleep, Little Dove. From one of the world's great churches, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City, we have brought you a portion of the evening prayer service at which the choir and congregation of the cathedral united in singing some of the most beautiful carols in the treasury of Christmas songs. We hope you enjoyed it. This is the National Broadcasting Company.